got a microphone for me? Yeah, say Jeremy. Huh? Say Wayne right in my seat. Why with the fuck are you doing? You're right, Parker. They can see you?
All right, guys, those of you joining us for this live Fox 10 News Now coverage, we're getting live images in from Virginia where the alleged gunman, the man who reportedly shot a reporter and photographer from the news station WDBJ live on air, has now shot himself. We're hearing reports that he has shot himself. We are looking at the scene live. He had been pursued by law enforcement along the highway, and now we are looking at live images coming in of the actual scene where the gunman,
You don't want me to get in front of the camera?
Vester Flanagan was his actual name, but his on-air name was Bryce Williams, has reportedly shot himself. A very disturbing story from this morning where we learned that WDBJ reporter Alison Parker and photographer Adam Ward were shot and killed as they were doing a live interview on air for the morning show at around 6:45 Eastern Time. The gunman was described as a disgruntled employee, and now we are just learning in the last 10 minutes or so that the gunman has shot himself.
Donnie, they've asked me to get in front of the camera.
All right, guys, just to recap, if you're just joining us, may not have heard the news this morning, 6:45 Eastern Time, a reporter in Roanoke, Virginia, was shot and killed along with her photographer while they were live on air doing a report for the morning show. We are getting these live images in. I know it's a little blurry, and we were looking at the scene where it looks like we're going to get a reporter hit right now. Let's go ahead and listen in. I think they just turned around. You can see they had zoomed in on the scene itself, but let's listen in on what this reporter has to say.
I'm not hearing air, though, Matt. I won't? Okay.
All right, guys. Again, we were previously looking at the actual scene where the gunman's vehicle was surrounded by law enforcement vehicles as well. We are hearing that the gunman shot himself, and we were looking at that scene, but it looks like the reporter that's on the scene now has to do a live shot, so we are looking at his face instead.
All right, 10 seconds, Donnie.
Now, just to recap, this whole story, very disturbing. The suspect himself was also in the news business. He went by the name Bryce Williams on air, but his actual name was Vester Flanagan. Very disturbing. There are videos out there that actually show the shooting. It's very disturbing. And on top of that, we know that the gunman himself had taken video right before doing the shooting and taken video of the actual shooting. And he posted it onto his Twitter page. His Twitter page has since been suspended.
Sure, Laura. We were actually heading westbound on I-66 and had just left Fauquier County. We were heading to Roanoke for this story when suddenly we saw a lot of police cars coming eastbound on I-66. I quickly got on to the Fauquier County scanner and was able to listen in as I heard the dispatcher say that the suspect in the Franklin County shooting may have just killed himself on I-66 in the eastbound direction. She said over the scanner that Virginia. Don Watchroot, our photographer, is looking at the scene through a long lens. He told me when he first set up, he could see a car in the ditch up ahead. It looked like a silver car, and he said that they did take someone out and put that person onto a gurney. Exactly what has happened since then is unclear. We've been here for about 15 minutes watching this scene. There are multiple police agencies up ahead of us. We've seen Virginia State Police, Fauquier County, Warren County, all up there on the scene. So at this point, all we know is that we've heard that's in relation to the incident in Franklin County. We've heard over the scanner the dispatcher saying that this was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. There is an official here on the scene who has stopped traffic eastbound on 66 who told me that all he knows is that he was asked to stop the traffic. So we've been unable to reach any officials to get any kind of explanation or on-the-record explanation as to what's going on here. But from you can see here that it looks as if they are dealing with this car off to the left-hand side on eastbound I-66. Again, we're just on the other side of Warren County, in Fauquier County, and Don Watchroot, my photographer, is telling me I can't see a lot of what Don's seeing because he's shooting through the long lens, but he says that they are now dealing with the gurney in the back of the ambulance at this point. This morning,
there we go.
And then we heard the dispatch go out saying they needed EMS for a self-inflicted gunshot wound. So what you know is what I know right now, and what you're seeing is what I'm seeing. We did shoot some video earlier when we first got on the scene. They had just stopped traffic, and we were right behind the officer who actually stopped the traffic. So the video that we're getting that you have not seen yet, we've not been able to feed it back in. I don't believe so, Don. Is that right? We have not. We may have recorded it already, and we may be able to turn it around for you. But we did shoot some initial video that we have that we can show you perhaps. But we were here, the first camera crew on the scene here to see what was happening. We actually rolled up on this exactly at the same time this was happening. What we don't know is how this all came to a conclusion here. If some police official perhaps had come upon the car or was chasing the car. We just don't know, and I'm not going to speculate. So that's all we know at the moment. Laura, do you have any questions? No, we're on I-66 eastbound, just on the inside of the Fauquier County line, right on the other side of Warren County. We're still quite a ways from Front Royal. Maybe Donnie can you turn the camera around, Don, and show what we're dealing with here? Or basically the traffic is stopped here, Laura, and there is no diversion at this point unless they've been able to divert it back the other way. Donnie's turning the camera around right now so you can see this is the traffic that has been stopped. A lot of people have gotten out of their cars. Perhaps they're listening to the radio and know exactly now what's going on here, but the traffic has been stopped here for about 15 or 20 minutes, Laura. Well, as we've been driving out here, Laura, I've been following everything on Twitter the best I can, and getting some information off the internet. My understanding is that the police said that the alleged shooter's real name is Vester Flanagan, but that apparently he had an on-air name of Bryce Williams. We know that this Bryce Williams, who had a Twitter account of Bryce_Williams with the 7 after that, posted a video of the shooting on that Twitter account, and then not long after that, that account was taken down. Apparently there was a direction to go to Facebook for the video, and then my understanding is that Facebook page has now been taken down as well. Governor McAuliffe, we were listening to on WTOP as we were driving out here, he said that the shooter was a disgruntled employee from that television station. That, according to the governor, he said that on the air live on WTOP. So that's what I know about that person, Laura, and that's the extent of my knowledge. Real name Vester Flanagan, on-air name Bryce Williams. And again, this scene here, the only indication that we have that this is connected to the shootings in Franklin County is by what I heard on the Fauquier County Sheriff's Office police channel, saying that this is in relation to the Franklin County shootings and that it's a self-inflicted gunshot wound. I can tell you also, and I'm going to add this now because I don't think I said it initially, is that when we were driving west on 66, I noticed a Virginia State police cruiser with his lights on, sitting on the side of the road exactly where we are now. And I mentioned it to Don Watrue, my photographer, but we didn't think too much about it until a few minutes later we saw a lot of police cars heading eastbound on I-66. We saw Sheriff's Office and Virginia State Police coming this way. So what you know is what I know. What you're seeing is what I've been able to see so far, although I'll tell you that we did shoot some initial video when we first got out of the car that Donnie shot, and I don't know if we have been able to bring that up, Laura, or not, but we do have that in the camera. We will be able to turn that around. Laura?
All right, guys, joining me now is Anita Roman. Anita, this is seriously so disturbing. When I went on Twitter this morning and saw Roanoke was trending, I click on it and I was just so disturbed to find out about this story.
I am literally sick to my stomach. Saddened and sickened are the two words that I keep repeating over and over to myself in my head. I called the newsroom after I think it was my 6 o'clock hit this morning, and talked to our executive producer about our story this morning.
Right.
We're covering lightning. And she said, I have some breaking news that I'm dealing with, so I'll let you know. So usually we're the ones who go to breaking news.
Right.
So I texted the 7 a.m. producer, and I said, do you want us to head to breaking? And she said, no, it's national. Reporter and photographer shot in Virginia. That same time, I get a text message from a friend in Illinois that I worked with a link. And so I'm talking to my photographer, and he's saying, he's asking what's going on. I said, I don't know, I'm just opening the link. And the headline was shot. So I think my assumption was when I was going to open the link, I would hear the gunshots, because also so often in these types of videos, you hear but you don't see.
Right.
And so you see the video. If anyone hasn't seen the video, it's from the perspective of really the photographer, the camera, the live shot. And you see a park or something, and then you kind of pans over and you see the woman they're interviewing, and you see the reporter, and then you hear the shots and you see the look on her face.
Right.
And I don't think I was expecting that, and it really, I started sobbing.
Right.
And I see a lot of stuff out there.
Because you are a morning show reporter. You're out in the field.
Right. And I cover a lot of crime.
Right.
A lot of accidents, a lot of bad stuff. And, you kind of grow a little bit of a thick skin because you have to together.
You get numb to it all sometimes.
Not necessarily numb, but it doesn't affect you the way, just like a police officer, the first murder scene they go to, they're probably going to react, maybe get physically sick.
Right.
And then you kind of get used to it, unfortunately. You become desensitized. But this, all I thought was, oh, cute little blonde reporter.
Right.
And how many cute little blonde reporters do we know? How many?
There's one sitting right next to me.
And not to say that I am, but it just.
And you think, what market size is that? I'm sure it's probably her first.
It was her
second job.
Her first
or second job, though.
I just, it was the first time in my career, and I've been doing this for 15 years. I stopped and thought, I don't want to do this. What is going on in this world that somebody would need to do something like this to send a message? What is this message that they're trying to send?
He apparently, the term being used is disgruntled employee.
Right. And
we have some of his tweets. I can pull them up.
And I've seen them, and it sounds like, and this was my assumption too, that she probably took his spot in the morning show. I think because it says they hired her after that, ?
So what they're saying is Adam went to HR on me after working with me one time. So he's probably because that was probably the morning photographer.
Yes, Adam was the morning photographer, and then he says, he tweeted, about a minute after that, he said they hired her after that. So again, my assumption is he didn't like Adam because of something that happened between the two of them.
Right.
Or that he may have done. Obviously, there are issues there if he's going to shoot and kill two people on live TV. And then they hired her to replace him.
That makes sense.
Even though she had nothing to do.
She just happened to be hired for the job. And again, according to his tweets, he's claiming that Alison, the reporter who was killed, made racist comments. I don't have any additional information regarding that.
And no one else has said anything like that about her. So,
and we're going back to the scene now. I see a helicopter landing at the scene right now.
Let's take
I don't know if we are hearing anything. Let me just.
Yeah.
And Laura, we can see a second chopper now landing on the highway. So I don't know why they have two choppers here. That perhaps
it
there's
sounds to me like
investigators
they are
on that chopper.
trying to save this man's life.
Right, he's not dead. We know
for a number of reasons. I would think
answers.
Yes, number one, and number two, I think a lot of people would like to see him
justice.
In a very different manner, other than him allowing to take his own life.
Right, they want to see him go to trial. They want.
And a lot of people think that this is very glamorous, this is what we do. But it is. There are situations where you're out there, there's a suspect with a gun on the loose who just killed two people. You don't know where this suspect is.
Right. For example, just to bring it back locally, the Mesa shooting, for example, and we had everyone out there, all of our reporters were covering from different angles, different locations where the shooter was. They could have easily been shot themselves.
We were in a situation in Glendale where there was a huge perimeter in a neighborhood, and a guy had broken into an apartment, shot someone, took off, was running from police, and we got to the line and police said, "Get inside your truck. You're not safe." And so, you're trying to do your job. You're trying to get the news on the air so that you can warn other people who live in that area of what's going on, because all those people want to know. But and we have people come up to into the trucks all the time.
Sure, like to say hi.
Yeah, but and if you ever see us a little bit, not on edge, but a little
taken aback.
Yeah, then you're just careful because they're so. I think people are asking questions. Would you rather have him live and get prosecuted or die?
Right, because Hapalea is saying, why should we pay to have him go to trial? He gave himself the death penalty problem. But it always feels like suicide's the easy way out.
Well,
and it's just.
I think that the loved ones and former employees and employers want to know why he took measures, why he went to these extremes to make a point.
Right.
Because obviously he was trying to send a message.
He knew when her live shot was. He waited until they were live on air.
Yeah.
Purposely did that. Yeah. And one of the viewers pointed out, we haven't talked about it here yet, but he also was wearing a GoPro filming the shooting himself.
And posted it himself.
Posted it on his Twitter, Facebook. But it's out there. People have captured it. So if you see it, I saw that one. That's the one I watched. I didn't watch the one from the photographer's angle because I couldn't deal with that one. But
well, his is worse.
Really?
Because you see him shooting her. You see him point the gun at her.
I see him. I guess maybe. I heard that the photographer one, you actually see blood though, and I think I would be.
No,
oh.
they cut that part. I didn't see that. You see her. You just see her face where the camera pans over, and she realizes what's going on, and you hear her screaming
and running. And
then he kind of falls. It's not an abrupt fall, and then you see the suspect's legs or feet. You see the suspect's legs or feet just chasing after her.
Right.
He was not going to let her live.
Right.
So, and then they're interviewing a community activist, and she was shot in the back and is in surgery. So it's scary. As somebody who's out in the field 3 days a week, I'm somewhat relieved that it was a disgruntled employee.
And not a random
yes.
shooting.
But the concern is always, what ideas does this put in people's heads?
The copycat idea. I see someone above saying, someone mentioned James Holmes, the Colorado theater shooting suspect. That was the first time we had like such a crazy shooting in a theater. And then fast forward to Louisiana, and we have another one.
And I haven't been since. And church as well. I go to church, and every time the door opens, I look to the right to see who's coming in the door.
It's terrifying.
It is. It really is. And I said that today. I said, what has come to this world? What does this world come to that?
You can't go to church. You can't go to the movie theater. You can't do your job. Kids apparently can't go to school. It's
very unnecessary, I think. But that's my opinion. I guess I can voice that here. So
right, different people in the chat room have different opinions. Some people want him to die immediately. A lot of Dick McCloskey saying, "I hope he lives so he can go to jail." Like he should feel suffering. I don't know. I feel like that's probably how the family members would feel.
I think they want answers. It's not even so much about the suffering. I think they just want answers. They want to know why.
Well, we do see, I mean,
a lot of
he
it.
Did explain a lot. And this is what I'm hearing now, and I don't know if it's confirmed, but apparently a man named Bryce Williams faxed a 23-page report to ABC News. ABC News has now turned that over to authorities.
Right. And it was sometime between overnight and early this morning. And what's so horrible to think is, was it overnight? Could those lives have been saved?
Right, like almost like his manifesto. I think back to the Santa Barbara shooting. I covered that extensively when I was at NBC in LA, and he posted that manifesto online. He sent the link to his therapist and to his parents, and then went on the shooting spree. They give people
opportunity to stop them, kind of like suicide.
Right.
They give them signs. They don't necessarily want to be stopped,
and they don't give enough time either. I mean, he did it overnight,
I'm just reading some of the comments here. And they're talking about, someone said they don't know if suicide is the right answer. And so Vicki Gardner is the other woman who was shot, and we're hearing now that she is out of surgery and in stable condition. So thank you to Tamaro Benz for that. We haven't been able to look anything up, but I've covered a lot of stuff, and I've never been affected like this.
I know, I'm getting it. There's Tree tweeting me saying it's heartbreaking. Local reporters are not expected to or prepared to deal with these situations. Thoughts are with their family. Because I had tweeted something like, reporters are the ones covering the shootings, not the ones being shot.
Right.
And I mean...
And there was just an incident in San Francisco where a crew was held up with a gun. One crew was watching the other crew. They were both covering a shooting that happened on the waterfront. And the crew was going live, and someone went up to them with a gun, pistoled the photographer, grabbed his camera. And then the other crew, they took their camera as well. And she was live. She used to work in this market, the reporter, and she hesitated and said, I have to get back to you, and ran over to try to help. And so now she has to testify in court. But it does happen, and that's what's so scary. It's so scary.
It's terrible. It's terrifying.
Yeah.
And I just wonder, again...
Do we have someone talking here?
Let me see.
No, I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing anything.
Right. There are moments where the reporter actually does get in the shot, and he's doing a live shot.
It sounds like the chopper's taken off.
Right. So again, just to give you guys an update, the suspect himself, right, he's not dead. He has shot himself in critical condition, but he is not died. It's just, it's so sad. And then also, one of the things we haven't talked about here, but I know it's been talked about a lot on the internet, the reporter's boyfriend worked at the station as an anchor.
He was the Nightside, the 6 and 11 anchor. They just moved in together. They were together for 9 months. She just celebrated her 24th birthday, and he said they were madly in love. The photographer's fiance
is the morning show producer.
So that means she was actually in the booth.
Right, in the control room.
And you have a lot of different, a larger perspective in a control room. And it was also her last day. She was heading over to another market, a bigger market, and he had brought in balloons for her that day as a going away party.
Not know. That is, it's just so heartbreaking, and
it is.
It's so sad. And you're right. Prayers for Vicki Gardner. Thankfully, she is in stable condition. The woman that was being interviewed.
You know, Tim DeGroot said he can kill 2 people, yet he can't shoot himself correctly. And I hate to say that, but yeah. And the shooter is in stable condition, which is actually much better than critical.
Is the shooter stable?
That is what.
No. It was Vicki.
Okay. Shooter is got it. Okay.
The shooter, I think, is still in critical.
Okay, so critical.
You can die after critical, but you can also be saved after. It really can go.
It can, and I can tell you when we're out in the field and they say very, very critical, that's pretty much done.
Dead,
They're just waiting to notify next of kin. Right. So, I mean, agreed. We're getting some comments about whether this man will make it or not, depending on.
Right.
I've covered a incident in Illinois where a guy killed his father, ran from cops, and he had a rifle and ran out into the forest, tried to shoot himself with a rifle, and it slipped. And he lived. Shot half his face off, but he lived. So, who knows what's going to happen in this case. But regardless, it's scary. It is scary out there, especially when it's dark.
Right.
You don't know what's going to happen, so... Thoughts and prayers to everybody out there.
I know so many of different people in the social media world, commenting on this. And
yeah.
It's really sad.
Yeah. I'm just watching it with you, sorry. All right, well.
Look for, her boyfriend had posted.
I have it on my Twitter.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause I wanted to look that up.
Yeah, bring up my Twitter and it should come up.
You retweeted Jacob Rascone. He had said that Bryce Williams was hired at that station as a reporter. In April 2012.
And he was let go a year ago is everything that keep going down. I've retweeted quite a bit.
So you have his boyfriend.
Yes, there's a picture of the 2 of them.
Right here.
That's Chris Hurst. Yeah.
So we're gonna pull this up.
If you pull up his page,
that's what I'm
he also posted on his Facebook page a number of photos of them.
Right.
And again, they had just moved in together.
Let's go ahead and pull this up right here.
And I would imagine, being the 6 and 11 anchor, he was probably at home sleeping and received the phone call saying what happened.
These are the 2.
There's some great photos of them to the left there as well. Yeah, he called her radiant and wonderful, and that he was, extremely lucky that they were together, that they were just very much in love.
Right.
So
awful.
It is. It really is. It's going to be a long, tough day, I think, for a lot of people in this business, because you certainly don't expect it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's a great picture of them.
Right. It's so sad. Mm-hmm. And then,
she didn't. This is her. I looked at her Twitter feed. She hadn't tweeted in a couple of days.
Right, over a week.
I kind of was wondering, had she been tweeting this morning? But they're definitely not images you're going to forget anytime soon.
Again, you guys are looking at live images from the scene where the gunman reportedly shot himself. Very disturbing story all around. We're going to continue to bring you guys coverage throughout the morning here on Fox 10 News Now. All right, guys, joining me now is Kristin Anderson. Kristin, I am so disturbed by this, and you yourself, working on the morning show, being out in the field all the time, I can only imagine. And she was covering a feature story. She wasn't even covering a crime, and you go out there every single day and cover feature stories for our morning show. What was your reaction when you heard about this morning?
Well, I think all morning it's been like a dark cloud kind of hanging over the morning show, because this is one of those stories that hits really close to home. We can all relate to, and it has us all kind of, thinking, oh my gosh, that could be any one of us, know, and then having to still do the show. And, some stories are happy. This morning, it's just been one of those energy draining mornings, first of all. But, she was doing a story on tourism. It's a story that's not serious at all. She wasn't covering a homicide. And she had no reason to...
it wasn't a dangerous area.
Be worried, nothing like that. And so just to see it, it's one of those things that makes you really think about the crazies in the world, and just makes you want to hug your loved ones a little bit tighter tonight,
Right, and we learned about it early in the morning. I woke up around 6 and I started reading all the tweets, and I watched as it unfolded. I was already disturbed that a reporter and a photographer were shot and killed. And then as you learn more information and you get the identity, and then you find out he's a disgruntled employee, and then on top of that, he's an on-air talent. So viewers are familiar with him in the public, because at first we got his name, his actual name, his birth name, not his on-air name. And then later on we find out his on-air name, Bryce Williams. It just becomes... so disturbing. First we hear about a Vester Flanagan, and it's like I Google him, I can't find anything.
Vester Flanagan, right.
And then Bryce Williams, and you learn that it's so bizarre, because the victims and the shooter, everyone involved in this is connected to the news industry.
Yeah, and I think the scariest part, at least for me, as far as our coverage goes, is just seeing the information come into the newsroom, like when we saw that he was tweeting and Facebooking about all this is going on, and he's at his computer or on his phone tweeting the video.
Posting the video,
right. And that was just like a very eerie moment, a very eerie thing, just to see. It was almost like a video game or something. You're seeing this and you're not believing it's really happening, and then to just think that he had a gun in one hand.
Right, these are the tweets. I filmed the shooting, see Facebook. I mean, it's...
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And that was just very hard to see. And then you see tweets like this, and I immediately thought, oh, he's going to kill himself. He's going to shoot himself, because he's telling he realizes he's going to be in jail, prison.
He knew what he was
for the rest of his life.
Right. He knew what he was doing going into it. Apparently, he had sent a 23-page fax overnight to ABC News. They've given that to authorities, but maybe that details more information.
Yeah.
You don't film it. He very, very much put himself out there, acknowledging he did it, filming it, posting it, bragging about it.
And that's why we didn't air the video. We chose, as a morning show, not down here on Fox, not to air the video that he shot and then was soliciting and, telling, hey, look at my video, posting it on Facebook. We chose not to air it because we don't, he wants the world to say, look at me, and we don't want to, glorify that.
Right. It's all over the internet, and, we're sharing stills.
Right.
Still images. You can see Alison in her final moments, and it's just, the whole thing is so sad. And I think about Alison being 24 years old. This is either her first job or maybe her second job.
In Roanoke, Virginia.
I'm wondering what market
it's a very small market. And those of you who don't know how the television industry works, there's a ton of markets. There's like 300 markets, 300 something markets, and by small city, little markets, and then the big markets.
And we all start in some random small town.
I started in Yuma.
I was in
Arizona,
Springfield, Massachusetts.
And so the small towns are the highest numbers, and then like New York is number 1, it's the biggest, and then LA and stuff like that. Phoenix is number 11. I think it is.
Yeah.
So you're looking at the market list right here.
So Roanoke is 68.
68. Okay, so
it could have been a second job.
Tiny, but maybe your second job.
Or it could have been her second job easily.
Because you typically move up
market size
as you continue in your career.
But sometimes people do start in a market 68
Yeah,
too.
sometimes. You're right. And
I'm gonna look. I don't know if she has
I can't imagine the self-control it would take as her employees to continue doing the news today, reporting on that anchor desk. You know, that one
Right.
anchor continued with the broadcast. And
I mean, her boyfriend is the evening anchor.
I mean, how do you
can
even-
imagine him going into work today or being the one to actually cover in an
And his tweets were really tough to read too, just talking about how they were so in love. This has been the best 9 months of their life. They wanted to
Right.
get married. A lot of people didn't know. They kept it under wraps. A lot
which
of times there's workplace
happens a lot in the
relationships.
news
Yeah,
news industry.
It's not like you shout it from the rooftops when you're dating someone, you know. in
Right.
the
It's
news
until
industry.
like once you get like engaged or married, then suddenly everyone knows.
Yeah.
But at least in the
So-
public's realm, they
Right.
didn't really know.
So that was kind of hard to see.
I'm trying to search on LinkedIn to see if I can get any information as to her work history, but it's kind of difficult.
Okay.
Alison Parker, a very common name.
Yeah, it is a really common name.
Let me see. Actually, if I
Yeah. Yeah, wow. And it's so wild. I really think like you can feel it, kind of the vibe and the energy here. It's kind of like just trying to keep our energy up and stay positive because of course, you know, we have to be on for our viewers, for you guys, and we love what we do. But a story like this definitely it's a tough day. I think we all just want the show to be over.
right, I see Shelby commenting saying she was in Jacksonville, Florida for 2 years. Okay, that's interesting, and that would make sense. Jacksonville is that first market. It's actually one of those. No, Gainesville is the market that I always liked in Florida because when you're 22 years old, 21 years old, the idea of going to a market that's a college town is very appealing.
It's very fun.
Yeah.
Not so much now.
Not so much now, exactly, but
And you can see as the people comment, I think, and when things like this happen, you know the issue of gun control is going to be right there. People are going to start commenting
it's
about
all
that. I
over
think
the internet.
Yeah, I know the public representative there in Roanoke, I think it was the mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, but he released a statement earlier and he was talking about gun control and whatnot, but I just have to think that no matter what the legislation is, I feel like if someone wants a gun badly enough,
They'll find a way.
They'll find a way to get it.
Right,
And so
even
I think
if
it's not the gun, it's the people, you know. and
Right.
That's kind of my own thought, but think
But
what you
even,
want, but-
even if there is gun control, then people still are able, the right people are able to get guns.
Yeah.
There's something called theft. Bad people can still
Right.
steal guns.
Right, and he had no fear, obviously.
The black market for
Right.
guns would, increase significantly. It's the argument for legalization of marijuana. It's
Right.
like, well, it would put drug dealers out of business
Right.
because now it's all regulated.
Right.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
So I have to. That's kind of where my mind goes. He obviously wasn't in his right mind anyway. So to think that he would legally register for a gun, I mean, he's going to get a gun if he wants a gun.
Right.
But
Brian Keel saying evil will find a way no matter
exactly.
guns or not.
I think there's a lot of different opinions. Obviously, one of the hottest topics out there right now. But it's pretty.
It's sad. It is.
I'm
very.
just trying to look at what everybody's saying.
So I think Bina probably commented on the gun control laws out in the UK because she
Oh.
is out in the UK, and then you
Okay.
see. I think someone said I don't see a lot of knife murders, but you
Yeah.
don't hear of a knife murder in the UK. Stanley chiming in.
Yeah, and there's a lot of comments I'm seeing just on race, and I think when tragedies like this happen, I don't know. I don't even
think
see
race
I don't see
played a
color. I don't see
factor.
anything. I just see someone that's sick and evil and deranged.
Right.
And I'm not even talking about in like a medical sense, just generally
Disturbed.
generally disturbed,
Right.
and evil is going to find evil. Is going to create evil, and I think. Yeah, it's one of those things that...
Right, and we see shootings where race does play a factor, and you can tell
Right.
by, for example, the South Carolina shooting where it was very clear based on his writings and his statements made and everything.
Right. That was a
very
good
open about
example.
his animosity towards African Americans and a lot of different races. I read his full manifesto thing he wrote up, and,
Right.
he was attacking Jewish people. He somehow aligned himself, he was okay with Asian. It was very weird the way he
Right.
broke down the ethnic groups. So that's a very different story. And yes, in this situation, the gunman was African American and the victims were white. But as you can tell based on these tweets, it seemed like it was more of the disgruntled employee type. Adam went to HR on me after working with me one time. They hired her after that.
Yeah, because I guess he said she made racist comments about him or something like
And
that.
then he's saying that she made racist comments. And I don't know if that's true or not, or if he
Who
just
knows?
tweeted that
Like, you
because
can't-
to get
yeah.
attention or to make this a sort of another example of the race tension
Yeah.
or whatever is or isn't
Who
there.
knows? Yeah, who knows?
I'm trying to avoid the term race war. John Hook always gets frustrated when I use the term race war on air.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. I don't know. I think we're going to figure out more things throughout the day, too.
Right.
I mean, it seems like we're finding more tweets and more background, and this person had a relationship with this person. So, yeah, we will know more as we continue throughout the day in terms of the details. And in fact, the shooter, killer at this point, he, shot himself. We know now, but I mean, he didn't die.
He didn't
He's
die.
not dead yet.
I
mean, if he will die, I don't know. He's in critical condition, and he probably meant to kill himself.
Right.
And
one of the viewers made a kind of funny comment just about how this guy could shoot and kill 2 people, and yet he can't shoot himself properly.
Seriously.
Just like, and I don't know, maybe he was meant to stay alive. Maybe he's meant to face a judge.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
we don't know.
And he definitely... Yeah, I think that was his plan. Obviously, his plan backfired.
Right. And I
he's
think...
in critical condition right now, I believe.
Yeah.
So...
and a lot of people, Douglas and a couple other people saying playing the race card. I at least think... For some reason in my heart, I don't think Alison made racist comments.
Yeah.
I think that he tweeted that after the fact. Because you look at his other tweets... Yeah. And it seemed to be frustration over losing his job or something.
Yeah,
it seemed
he's definitely
more of
disgruntled for sure. I mean, who knows? He killed them because he was a victim of racism. Okay.
That's not.
Okay,
Yeah.
So Richard Mouse says that.
Okay,
I've got to
think
get to
he
the
was.
studio and
Oh yeah, you're gonna
my
go.
other segment before they come and get me.
All right. Well,
When they
thanks
get in
for
trouble.
stopping by.
I'm so sorry. I would love to sit and continue this conversation, but no problem. Anytime.
Thanks for
I'll be here. Okay. Bye, you guys. Thanks for having me.
It is very, very disturbing, guys. It's just, Douglas saying SK no instead of race battle, use race card. In this situation, again, we need to wait for authorities to come out, for the station to come out. I'm just going off of the tweets specifically. He's saying Alison made racist comments. We don't have any proof of that. In my opinion, it's possible that he's just saying that to incite another sort of racial uprising or war, trying to claim that he is a victim because of his race. Now, we don't know all the facts or details. We don't know if he was fired. We don't know if he faced discrimination in the workplace. We don't know if he felt like he was harassed because of his race. I think more likely than not in this situation, there wasn't a racial component to it, and rather he tweeted it, but maybe he felt in his mind that there was. I'm not him. I don't know him. I don't work in that newsroom, so it's very difficult for me to say exactly what he was thinking or what actually happened, but just going off of the tweets first, you see him getting angry because Adam went to HR after working with me one time, and Bryce does not go into detail as to what exactly Adam went to HR and said, what it was about. Maybe he was just a bad reporter. Maybe he did something fundamentally wrong as a journalist and had nothing to do with race. And, we don't know yet, and we're going to learn this information. We'll continue to bring it to you guys here on News Now. In the meantime, I'm going to go back to the scene of where officers surrounded Bryce Williams' vehicle. Bryce Williams shot himself. He did not die. He has not succumbed to his injuries. He's in critical condition, and this is the scene there in Virginia. Many vehicles, cops surrounding the vehicle that Bryce Williams himself was in. And for as long as we get this live shot in, we'll be bringing it to you live here on News Now. Also, just a quick update, at 10 o'clock, just in about 13 minutes or so, the governor of Virginia is expected to hold a press conference giving an update on everything that happened this morning. All right, guys, just a quick update. We are getting word that the press conference has been pushed back. However, we're going to continue to bring you live coverage of the scene where the gunman shot himself, and I'll be joined by Ron Hoon in just a couple minutes. Right after he steps off the morning show, he'll be joining me, and we're going to continue to bring you live coverage of this shooting. All right, guys, I have access to the shooter, the gunman's LinkedIn page. It's already been taken down by LinkedIn, but we did get screenshots of it before it was taken down. As you know, all of his social media has been taken down since the shooting, his Twitter page, etc., the video that he posted of the actual shooting. But I'm going to go ahead and pull up his his LinkedIn page so we can share that with you guys. All right, so there you have it. This is Bryce Williams, the shooter. Previously WDBJ, which is the station where the reporter and photographer who were killed worked. Current, it was just a smiley face. Previously worked at NDG Interactive WNC TV, graduated from San Francisco State University. You can go ahead and go down the summary. He shares his Twitter page, his Facebook page, and his main profile page, and those details there. Experience, it's just, we're going to go ahead and pull up some other images. Multimedia journalist, WDBJ, from March 2012 to February 2013. So he worked there for just about a year. Conducted extensive research and performed multiple live shots with different angles for various newscasts. Worked to develop key sources, etc. Prior to that, he was communications director at NDG Interactive for 8 years. And prior to that, he was a news reporter, anchor, and producer in the early 2000s at WNC TV. WNC TV is in Greenville, North Carolina, where he worked as a reporter, anchor, and producer. And prior to that, worked for PG&E as a customer service representative. I believe the shooter, the gunman, was 41 years old. This is the information we have right now. Again, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a live look at the scene where the gunman shot himself.
It's coming out of the ditch. It'd be to the left of all the stuff on the right. I pan over there, and it was a little further into the stuff, so I think you should have it. It's you see the silver car, and you see guys do the gurney, and then they get lost behind a bunch of cars. It's not a very long shot.
All right, guys, I have more screenshots from his LinkedIn profile. Here you see that in the late 90s, he was a general assignment reporter at WTOC TV. WTOC TV was in is the market, Savannah, South Carolina. Covered breaking news stories in a very active, high-crime TV news market. Worked with photographers, but also shot my own stories. Prior to that, he was a production assistant at an independent newspaper group, a general assignment reporter at KMID TV for 5 months, and a production assistant weekend news writer at KPIX TV, which was in San Francisco. I'm guessing he did that while he was in school, because he did graduate from San Francisco State, and KPIX is the CBS affiliate in San Francisco. The place where he was a general assignment reporter in '95 for 5 months, KMID TV, is the ABC affiliate in Midland, Odessa, Texas. So as you can see, we're learning some more information on the gunman. The gunman shot himself, but he did not die. We have not gotten any confirmation that he killed himself. This is the scene where he shot himself. You see a lot of police vehicles surrounding the vehicle that he was in. Prior to him shooting himself, he was being chased on the highway by law enforcement officials. And this is the current scene we are looking at. Ron Hoon joining me now. Hello, Ron.
Hi, Samia.
Just the most disturbing
So sad.
story.
Our executive producer, came into our studio at about 6:15 this morning. She probably comes in half a dozen times every morning and tells us this story's happening and that. And this time she prefaced it by saying, I'm going to tell you something really sad. There's a really sad story. And I thought, we've sort of seen
Covered
it all.
everything, right.
Yeah. And when we heard about it, it just gives you shivers to think the two people who were out there doing their job, which this whole country is built on the concept of a free press.
Right.
And our ability to go out there. I understand that a lot of people do not hold the media in high regard, and there are plenty of good reasons for that, especially when you look at some of the national coverage. But you had two people who were just out trying to bring some information to their viewers in their community, and they were vulnerable. They were focused on what they were doing,
Their job.
Nothing around them. And
in that moment, they were live on TV. Because the way, you're a morning reporter, you're on a live shot, you do your live hits, maybe you do one every half hour on the morning show.
Sure.
So this one was scheduled for 6:45. She was probably just lounging around right before then, or, they were hanging out, maybe prepping for that live interview.
I know.
And then if that is her story for the whole morning, she would have stayed there. They would have had downtime.
Yep.
So I'm just wondering, obviously, if they were there earlier, if the gunman saw their location, purposely watched the early part of the news, because then you know where to drive to.
Correct.
And then, maybe watch from afar in the car, maybe watch the broadcast on his phone. I don't know. This is all me coming up with my own ideas,
Well,
and then knowing her live shot was coming up,
Yeah.
then walking up, because
Right.
otherwise they would have recognized him before that,
It had-
because the photographer worked with him.
Correct. And although we don't think that he crossed paths, the killer, we don't think he actually crossed paths with Alison, because she's only been there a year, and he was gone longer than a year ago.
Well, this is what happened. We
yeah.
have these tweets that he sent.
Yeah.
And, he talks about being fired and then her being hired right after that. So, if she's just been there a year, I don't know.
Oh, so he was trying to put two and two together, that he was fired and she was brought in.
And that's his own assumption. However, I don't know what date exactly Alison was hired or what year, but he wrapped up at WDBJ in February 2013. So if Alison's only been there since 2014, it wasn't like he was fired to bring her in.
Correct. Now
maybe she was the next person hired for that specific morning show shift.
Correct.
I don't know. There's so many details that we don't exactly know right now. I know we're going to have a live press conference, an update from the governor, I think at 11.
I believe
or
it's
so.
at 11 o'clock. And so you're right. It could easily have been that this was a second live shot and he might have seen the earlier one. Now, I had heard a report this morning that he only set up that Twitter page in recent weeks.
Interesting.
Almost like he was methodically plotting his social media horror that he was going to try to create.
And all of his social media links were listed on his LinkedIn profile as well.
Yeah.
Which has now since been taken down by LinkedIn.
Right. So yeah, you're right. It could have been that. It could have also. He could have been even more methodical about it. He could have gone to the television station. He obviously knew where it was, and followed them wherever they were going that day, and just decided this was going to be the day that he was going to commit this horrific crime. Let's see. One of the kind of interesting parts of the story that nobody's telling right now, we still have that live picture from out on the freeway. I think people maybe who are not familiar with Virginia might think that they caught him just a few miles away from Roanoke. Have you seen how far away this is from the shooting scene?
Let me go ahead and, by the way, because I know they just put the camera down, I want to get some images up so that the viewers can see something besides the ground. You see people walking by, but I did clip, some of the stuff that was aired on our morning show.
Okay.
Some video. This is some of the video you guys used throughout the morning.
Right.
So
here.
Hold on. I don't want to see. Actually, let's follow this camera along. No idea where the camera is going, but I feel like we should follow it.
Okay.
Since we're getting this feed in live. Again, guys, forgive us for the shaky cameras. We're just getting this live feed in from the actual camera that is at the scene. Not sure where they're going.
Let's see.
Or what it is, but
yeah, it's 1 in the afternoon back there.
Unless they're going into the car and going to the press conference or something, the news truck, because I see someone's knee. So let's go ahead and go to this. Let's go to this clip, this video.
Yeah.
You can see that is the still image. So, as you guys know, this happened live on air. They were carrying this interview live, so the shooting actually happened on air. Mm-hmm. The camera drops, and in that moment, you can see the shooter right there.
Yeah. Yeah, the early reports were that he first shot the photographer, but when the video, which he posted online, when we saw it here earlier this morning, he clearly shot her first.
He shot her because then she starts running, and
and then he turns on the cameraman and also tries to kill the woman who was doing the interview. She's alive in the hospital.
Right.
Either still in surgery or having recently undergone emergency surgery. We don't know if she'll make it. We don't know if this guy will make it.
They're saying that the victim is in stable condition, though.
Yeah.
So fingers crossed. That's a good sign. She will, make it through. But I just can't imagine just how disturbed. I mean, I feel like anyone who works in the news business themselves, especially people who are out in the field every day, completely shaken up. I know I had Anita on this morning here on News Now, and you could just tell how shaken up she was.
Oh, yeah.
I know I was disturbed because my first job was a morning show reporter.
Mm-hmm.
They were doing a live report at 6:45 this morning on WDBJ 7 Morning. Adam Ward was our photographer.
That's
on
the
camera
clip
was
of
Alison
the general,
Parker interviewing someone from the Special Lake Chamber. And someone with a gun, we believe it was a man, barged into where they were and fired several shots, 6 or 7 it sounded like.
Yeah.
Turns out it was 8 shots.
8 shots?
Yeah.
It's
and then we heard
seriously
nothing.
just...
The camera
and in
fell.
that moment, you haven't
We're choosing not to run
the
the
tape.
video of that right
can't hear
now because, frankly, we don't need to see it again.
What were
But
you saying?
what I'm saying is, in that moment, when they're watching it live, you have no idea who this gunman is. So first it's just gunman. Then obviously the people who are working there, everyone else, rewinding the tape, getting that still shot, and recognizing the face. Recognizing the face enough to alert authorities to a suspect. Then maybe people Googling and maybe seeing those tweets. Who knows how exactly they confirmed it was him. Yeah. I mean, we do have that still shot. Now we have this shot right here. So sad. It's so sad.
The general manager said, I've brought a lot of notes with me here, but the general manager said that they were aware that he was still living in the area. Of course, who could ever predict that something, it's not like there aren't disgruntled employees, ex-employees at a lot of different businesses who could predict something like this. But he had said that it was a couple of years ago they had to separate him from the company, meaning he got fired. We understood he was living in the area. And he said his recollection is that Alison didn't overlap with his time here, but it sounds like he's blaming her for taking his job. When one of the things he had tweeted out was that he obviously said something or did something that concerned this photographer enough that he felt he needed to bring it to the attention of the TV station the very first time they worked together. We don't know what that is, and if the gunman doesn't survive, we never will know what that was.
Right.
But there's this other part of the story that ABC said it got a fax from this guy.
23 pages.
Rambling on and on and on for page after page. Yeah, 23 pages. That's already been handed over to investigators. And so there's been a lot of focus on Alison.
Right.
Adam is, the heartbreaking part of that story is that he was engaged
to the morning show
his fiance,
producer,
who was the producer, who was in the booth at the time this all happened. And you could, for a few minutes there, you're hoping that it's not what you suspect it was, and then they get the confirmation, that it was a shooting. You hear the pops, you hope
and you see
it's
the
something
running.
else, and you see the running, and you're just hoping it's something else, firecrackers.
Right,
or
but then when the camera
whatever.
drops, and
Right.
it's so odd, it's just so odd, it's
then
terrible.
The next thing you're hoping is that, okay, well, they made it. Somehow they survived, and then to find out this. So Adam went to Virginia Tech. In fact, there's one shirt of
a place of a
picture.
mass shooting.
Yeah, as a matter of fact. And one of his professors says, Adam was a delightful person. He worked hard. You could tell he loved what he was doing. He wasn't afraid to pitch in and do whatever was necessary for the broadcast. He did whatever was needed with a smile and with grace. And there's other pictures I've seen of him out there this morning where he looks like such a fun-loving guy.
There are so many things out there. I know a very close friend of the fiance posted this, right here, a statement. I have it on my phone, actually, a statement from a friend. Adam was one of my really good friends' fiance. They were going to get married next year. He was sweet, hardworking. He came over to my apartment, put furniture together for me without Melissa even there, even though he had to get up for work and do the early morning live shot the next day. He was an incredible person, a great journalist, and would have been a great father and husband. It's such a loss of a human being. I've known Melissa for years. I stayed abreast with their story when they got engaged. This is big news, national news, but I just can't hammer home enough that he was a phenomenal person, and that's what we lost. That's what this gunman stole from our industry, from Melissa and from me. And that was just a statement by Selena Lewis, a friend of Adam Ward.
So we're waiting to hear more. We believe that's going to be the governor who's going to be speaking at 11 o'clock. Do we know, I think the White House has just started speaking. Do we know if they've addressed that? Let's just see real quick. Certainly they do a good job in the White House press corps of jumping on the big story.
I guess it's unclear now exactly how our improved relationship with Cuba would affect.
He's talking about Cuba.
Interesting.
That
And coming in this morning, I thought we were going to talk about Donald Trump.
Oh, right. That was the story all of yesterday. I had that on tap for us to talk about too today. Of course, his whole situation with Univision's Jorge Ramos. But right now, it's just.
Right.
Maybe we'll get to that later on in the show. Maybe after the press conference. But we have this press conference coming up at 11. We're still learning new details. That is a huge story as well, though, that happened last night. Jorge Ramos was trending nationwide.
There's that picture of Adam with his Virginia Tech T-shirt, and as you say, a campus that certainly knows this kind of pain.
Because I see so many tweets out there, people saying they can't go to school, you can't go to church, you can't go to theater, now you can't go to work because of these shootings that are out there.
I know.
And it's just so sad. And
it just feels like there's no solution.
Well, it looks like we're getting the scene again.
Okay. Yeah, they had to move. Not sure why.
It's very pixelated, though. We can pull this up. But it's a very pixelated image right now that we're getting in.
Well, at some point I want to pull up the map so I can show you where this scene is happening, because
Do you have the same exact location?
I have pretty darn close to the exact location.
We can do a map view right now.
The thing I want to point out, though, is that he really got out of there. He is nowhere close to Roanoke. I'm not quite sure. When we pull up the map, I'll show you, but it looks to me like he thought he could get away. I don't know where he was going, but it wasn't like, we've had some other instances where somebody does something horrifying like this, and then in the shock of the moment, within minutes, they end up killing themselves because they're so shocked.
Hold on one second. I hear some audio from the scene. I don't know what's going on, if there's anything that I need to listen to. I don't think it's anything right now. It's still so difficult to hear. So let's go back to this map here. I'll give you control of the mouse so you can take over.
All right, so let me see where we are here. If this is Roanoke, and the shooting was right in the downtown area, right along the riverfront.
Right.
Matter of fact, maybe we can pull up on the satellite here first.
We can even do street view because we know the location as well, and we're familiar with what the location looks like given the video that's out there.
Right. Okay, so here's the river. Do you have the actual address?
I don't, but I can find out what the live shot was that they were doing and find out. It was the water bridge something?
Yeah. Something like that. Or Bridgewater,
It was a
maybe?
shopping center in Monetta, Virginia. And Bridgewater does seem to be... Let me go ahead and go to the WDBJ website.
Okay.
So awful. And I mean, just as journalists at that station, knowing that you still have to cover this story.
Yeah.
I'm looking at reading this article thinking, wow, the web producer, whoever's updating this article.
Yeah, exactly.
And actually, I want to pull up their website shortly because they have a slideshow of all these images of the victims. Obviously, they had direct access. They have so many.
Now, this is pretty interesting, Samia, because that's a ways away out of Virginia. I mean, out of Roanoke,
Plaza.
this Bridgewater
Plaza.
Plaza.
Well, that's where the shooting... Oh, right. You mean the fact that he went outside into... Like, he went to a suburb to do the shooting.
Into much more of a remote area.
Right.
So that would tend to make you think that he didn't just see a 6:15 live shot and just showed up at 6:45, because it's quite a ways from Roanoke. He may have been more.
But it could have been a 5 a.m. live shot. We don't know that necessarily. Or
right.
Or he could have followed them easily.
Yeah.
It's difficult to say.
We just don't know.
And as far as where he was killed, where he shot himself.
Yes.
Shot himself near mile marker 17 on Interstate 66.
So look at this. That's the next part of the story I'm going to tell you right now. So you go up. There were some original indications that he was on this 81 freeway outside of Roanoke. So he would have had to have fled the Bridgewater Plaza, drove down kind of 2-lane or country roads back in toward Roanoke, gotten onto the freeway there, and then came all the way up.
Wait, what is it? Hold on, go back to the other. Hold on, we're getting this interesting video. Of the actual scene right now where the car was and everything.
Did
We
you
just
hurt
had
yourself?
it. No, but we missed it when we were on here. They actually just went by the shooter's car. That's all. I wanted to show that. But
So they are leaving
they're leaving the scene. They're probably going to wherever the press conference is, I would assume. But they were just passing the actual shooter's car. You can see all the different, other members of law enforcement vehicles and everything at the scene.
Wow, there they are inside the truck.
Right, but that was just showing his stomach. I was like, okay, let's go back to the map now.
Okay. So, but get this. So he goes all the way, and I've driven this freeway. That's like most of the length of the state of Virginia.
Why don't we do a Google News, or not a Google direction search, Google Map search.
Okay.
To see exactly from Bridgewater to the location where he ended up. No, that's...
Okay. Go ahead.
That was good. Bridgewater was what you wanted up.
Right. Yep, that's it.
So we needed this, but then to where So we know it was marker 17 on Interstate 66.
So 66 is going to take you, believe it or not, all the way up toward the northern part of the state, halfway to Maryland.
Where's 66?
You got to go all the way up the 81, keep going, past this freeway, which goes to
Right up here, you're
Charlottesville,
saying.
all the way up here, almost into Maryland.
Okay.
And then you take the 66, which winds down toward Washington, D.C. And it looks like he's in this more wooded area. Let's see if we can figure out which milepost. Yeah, that would say right there.
Normally it does, right?
Uh-huh.
But it does. No. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and...
They're very big on counties in Virginia. So they're just saying it's in Fauquier County, Virginia, which is basically this area that we're showing on the map.
So I'm going to get... What's great about Wikipedia is they have very detailed information about mile markers, typically, on interstates. Usually, at least.
There we go. Okay. So it's right around Markham.
Yeah, I guess so. So finding Markham.
Yep, right there.
So somewhere along here.
Yeah, so I mean, we can do the direction search, but I'm going to say
I'm just going to drop a pin and see.
yeah.
Wow.
Almost 200
Wow.
miles.
Wow.
So that was a main point I was trying to make.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah. And they're estimating it took 3 hours and 15 minutes.
That's crazy. I mean, I believe it.
Right.
Because they were they had located him and then started following him.
Correct.
But it's just so...
And so who knows where he was headed, but that, to me, that indicates a guy who was trying to get out of there.
Right.
Maybe thought he could, and in the end realized that they were...
right behind him.
Right about to do a pit maneuver or right on his tail.
I don't
and
know,
so,
though. If he's going to fax ABC News this lengthy document,
right,
and he's going to tweet about it and post the video, I would think that those are the things you do before you're going to kill yourself.
Seems
so
like.
Then why would you... But then maybe he got scared, didn't want to kill himself. Maybe he decided to run, and then I don't know.
Right.
And he did not... He did not...
What's the word you're looking for?
He did not kill himself.
Yeah,
he shot
no,
himself,
he tried apparently, but didn't.
And it's just the most disturbing
Yeah, it is.
thing. And we can pull up his tweets again. Go ahead and read more of...
Okay.
I know you've done a lot of research. Ron is always really good at grabbing this information.
Yeah.
Again, guys, in just about 30 minutes, we'll be going live to Virginia, where there is going to be a press conference that is addressing this shooting. We'll be carrying the full thing live for you guys here, so stay tuned for that. And thank you for sitting with us and watching. I know we haven't acknowledged the chat room recently, but we've just been trying to get you guys as much information as possible. We appreciate all of you guys tuning in, though, and sharing your comments, having a discussion within the chat room. So.
Right.
Radar Love, yes, he's not dead. He was previously reported as dead, and then police took that back, said he was in critical condition.
Correct.
And I guess according to a reporter on the scene, they did see him being placed on a gurney. So that's what we know, guys.
So it was at 8:20 this morning that Twitter suspended his account, which it's surprising, really. I'm sure they do as good a job as they can, but it took them 20 minutes to take it down after the video was posted, which a lot of people grabbed it.
Right, I think Jeff grabbed it too.
Yeah, in that length of time.
And then as soon as he did, it was gone.
Yeah. So, and I don't know, has it been scrubbed from the internet now?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure the amount of people that have captured it is on the internet.
And they'll keep sharing it.
People,
probably,
maybe YouTube will try to take it down, but if you have an individual video, you're uploading it to Twitter. Even Twitter might freeze it, but people are going to find a way to get it out there. And if people at home really want to see the video, you have Google as a search engine. You can find it yourself. We're just not going to play it for you. The only thing that we're showing you that still image.
Yes.
of the gunman. I think we also have the still image of Alison, right? Where's that also being shown on the?
Yes, yeah,
on
we had
the
been
morning
showing
show?
that since early on. This
So I'm going to go ahead and pull that one up as well.
seconds before she's killed.
Yeah. It's just so sad and so awful. And
So I'll just share a little extra information while you're looking that up. It was just about a year ago that Flanagan filed his suit against the TV station. He wanted money he felt he was owed and some
was his
sort of
Twitter
additional
page.
damages. Yeah. He alleged discrimination. But the thing is, that suit was actually tossed out, dismissed by a judge, a couple of months later. So we're at least a year on since that suit was dismissed. So, you've got the general manager of the station already this morning saying there's no factual basis for him making these charges. That he was badly treated here, or
Right.
that he had tweeted in one of his tweets that Allison was racist.
right. I think he was just saying that.
Then on top of that, you got a judge who took a look at it and said, no, there's nothing here. So
Sorry, the judge looked at what?
at his suit last year.
Oh, at the lawsuit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thing is, he also tried to sue the TV station he worked for before that
Interesting.
in
So it's
Florida. So he had this
looking
track
for a
record.
payout,
Yeah.
I guess. But the thing is, if you're losing your job multiple times, I really doubt that you can play the race card. I mean, it's probably something to do with your performance.
Yeah, and it's probably going to end up being some kind of a mental health issue as much as anything else.
Right, and I did see someone mentioning mental health as well. And yeah, if you do lose your job, if you go through something like this, it's easy that you're suffering from something like depression
Sure.
or perhaps something even more severe. Some
Right.
people react to things differently. He could potentially suffer PTSD from a traumatic situation if he felt like he experienced a traumatic situation.
The thing is...
Again, not justifying his actions by any means.
No,
but
right.
it's
Trying to
just-
just piece some of it all together.
Right.
But, the discussion frequently centers around, well, okay, if we're going to change anything because of the protections that gun owners have in this country,
Right.
the one thing you could probably do is look at, restrictions on people who do actually have mental health issues. But that does get talked about. But then
But it's like, how do you screen for it?
how do you
this and
screen
that?
for it? Who ultimately makes those decisions, etc.?
Let's go ahead. I'm going to pull up Allison's.
Oh, look at that. What a great shot that
Allison's,
is.
Twitter page again. I know she did a live shot for CNN there. You can see that right there. There's her picture. And she didn't tweet too much. She hadn't tweeted in the last week or so, but yeah,
Oh,
I guess
look
she
at
does
that.
morning show shots from 5 to 7 a.m. So that was her last hit. That was a 6:45 hit on the morning show.
Uh-huh.
On her Twitter bio, it says, "Join us weekday mornings from 5 to 7." So, if you
Maybe
do your
she'd been
6
out there in the dark.
Well, she
Yeah.
had to been on some story, whether she was somewhere else and then maybe the anchors teased where she'd be next. I don't know, but
Yeah, sure.
the fact of the matter is she was doing her live hits from 5 to 7. 6:45, that's your last live hit.
Yeah.
You're going back to the station and then helping to put together some story so that they can air it in the afternoon and evening broadcast. That's
Yeah.
how it works as a morning show
Sure.
reporter.
Yep.
And I'm just thinking back to when I was a morning show reporter, and it was the 4:30 to 7 thing, and yeah, it was. You did a live hit every half hour at
Right.
typically the same location, unless there was something else going on, especially in a smaller market. Here in
So-
Phoenix, you're able to kind of move around all the reporters to different scenes throughout the morning on the morning
Oh,
show
gosh,
because
yeah.
Phoenix is Market 11. It's huge. There's so much going on. But in
Right.
this
Yeah.
Roanoke is Market 68. It's a medium market.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So look at that tweet. So sleepy and hungry this morning. Hope A. Parker will bring back wings from her live preview of the Roanoke
Yeah,
Wing
she
Fest.
got to cover things like the Wing Fest.
Yeah.
Again, it's so relatable for anyone who works during a morning show shift. You could have sent that same tweet about
Right.
any of our reporters that are out in the field bringing food. Specifically Corey, who's a weatherman out in the field, always doing hits like that. It's
Right.
like when when you personalize it and think about your own colleagues that are out in the field, it's even harder to comprehend.
It is, and it's so close. It does hit so close to home for us because we've all done live reporting on the scene.
Right, and here's Chris Hurst. This was her boyfriend, who was the anchor, the 6 o'clock and 11 o'clock anchor at the station as well.
Yeah.
And he was tweeting about it. It's just Adam, the photographer, his fiance was the morning show producer specifically. It's just incredibly, incredibly sad. It looks like they're at another scene, by the way. Our feed coming in from Virginia. As soon as we see something, I'll bring it up again.
Now, do we think that live picture, that helicopter shot, is related to this? We haven't heard on the Squawk Box, but it doesn't seem like they'd
that could be
feeding us much
Bridgewater. I think that actually might be the actual plaza. Again, I don't know, guys, but let's just assume right now that it looks like it could potentially be the plaza where the shooting took place.
Okay.
I'm just going to go off that assumption because I doubt that they are going to go from one coverage to another. In fact, what I'm going to do is search Bridgewater Plaza and do a Google Street View so we can see it.
Oh, good. Okay.
And this does look, that's it. Oops. And looks like we lost it, but here's an image of Bridgewater Plaza. And as you can tell, that's pretty much the building we were looking at from an aerial point of view. This is the plaza where the interview was taking place. This is the location where that reporter and that photographer were unfortunately shot and killed by a former employee of the same station that those two worked for. So, sad, sad story.
So you mentioned her boyfriend. They had talked about getting married. They weren't engaged, but he said those were the best 9 months of our lives in terms of the last 9 months that they had together.
It's so sad. They just moved in together.
Sure. And the general manager said, we still have a job to do through our tears.
That's much, yeah, I was thinking about that this morning. I was like wondering, are they going to go on a day-long hiatus at least, maybe not do the noon broadcast or the evening, but it seems like they're still reporting the news. They're still updating their website. They're still...
Sure.
I'm going to check their tweets.
One of the things, this Vicki Gardner, there's great concern for her.
Right.
We haven't, other than the fact that she survived and underwent surgery, we haven't been given a lot of additional information, but that's going to be one part of the story that they are going to certainly be reporting on. They've lost their colleagues, but there is a chance, hopefully, that she, the third victim of this shooting, will be able to pull through. What is the hashtag that ultimately...
What's trending right now is WDBJ.
WDBJ.
Yeah.
Okay.
James Holmes also trending. I actually think that
the formal sentence was handed down.
The sentencing happened, and we would have carried that live here.
Of course, sure.
Except we were getting all of the live images in here, but I'm sure that I'll be able to grab that video from Fox National and play it for our viewers a little bit later on, because we were playing a lot of the emotional impact statements over the course of the last couple of days, as you know.
Yeah, right.
Just another really...
So let's run through for everybody who's watching now. We got a pretty sizable audience. It should be 11 o'clock that we get the first news conference, although we believe that's the governor.
Right.
So we don't know whether that means he's now kind of taking charge of everything or if we'll have multiple news conferences. Richmond is a ways away from Roanoke, and he said he had no intention of leaving the capital area there in Richmond and going to Roanoke. So we may hear from him as the morning goes on. We may also hear from local law enforcement or even the federal law enforcement bureau, because the FBI jumped in to assist on this very quickly. Is that the Chesapeake that's on? No, it's actually more of a lake, isn't it? I think back to, what are we, maybe 25 miles away from the campus of Virginia Tech? It's pretty close.
Wow.
I have a lot of family that lives right in that area. There's a little town out there that's not too far away from Roanoke where I've got a lot of family on my mom's side. I had a relative who drove me through those hills a few years ago because we've got family that lives back in that area. Right. It's so beautiful, and it's so tucked away from the rest of the world. It just feels like when the horrible stories happen in the Phoenixes and the Philadelphias and the New Yorks and the Chicagos of the world, that it would never touch a right. quiet, pretty little spot like that there in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. But now twice we have these really shocking stories. The shooting at the Virginia Tech campus where so many died, and then this one where people were just trying to do their job. But anyway, 11 o'clock, the governor, hopefully something later from
we'll hear more from the station. And
yeah.
I'm sure there are going to be a lot of statements being made by police as well.
Right.
Tess saying disgruntled employee trying to go out in with fame.
Yeah.
Pathetic.
Pathetic is exactly right.
It's
Tess.
very, very disturbing, guys. I'm going to go ahead and
pathetic and cowardly and
pull up
here
more.
she is defenseless, probably not even seeing him out of the corner of her eye because you're so focused on what you're doing. Yeah.
And it's just so awful, and I don't know. I'm going to pull up WDBJ's
it's good
Twitter
idea.
page, and we can kind of go through that. Do you have to go to the meeting?
I do.
All right.
And then I've got to put a report together for our noon broadcast too.
On this?
So yeah.
All right. Well, hopefully we will see you again.
Yes, hopefully.
Perhaps later in the morning. I
Okay.
know it's a very busy
Right.
morning here.
Well, we'll all be standing by for the latest information. I would also think the hospital would be another place you would send a crew,
Right.
just to get the updates on this. Clearly, where it's 200 miles away from the shooting scene, so wherever they took the alleged killer is going to be a completely different hospital than where
Different
they're
market.
operating on. Yeah.
Different news market.
So a lot of different moving parts.
All right, Ron. Well, thanks for stopping by.
Okay.
And hopefully you'll be able to join us again later on.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Let's take a look now at the WDBJ Twitter page.
On it later. Our teams are working on it right now through the tiers.
Actually, guys, we're getting a great live feed, or aerial feed of the scene where the suspect was shot. I'm going to go ahead and take you guys there now live. This is, again, a live look at the scene where the suspect was shot. This is that is the vehicle right there. You can see in the grass. All right, guys, just a quick update. You are looking at the vehicle that the gunman was driving while he was trying to get away from police. At one point, while he was on Interstate 66 in Virginia, he shot himself. He was in that car. He did not die as a result of his gunshot wound. However, he is in critical condition, and it's possible that he may die, may survive. We do not have any details in terms of the gunman's condition, but we do know that is the vehicle that he was trying to get away in. He shot himself near mile marker 17 on Interstate 66, which, after looking that up, we discovered it was almost 3 hours, more than 3 hours away from the scene of the shooting itself. The scene of the shooting itself was a shopping plaza, Bridgewater Plaza, which was in a suburb of Roanoke, Virginia. The man suspected of shooting and killing the WDBJ reporter and photographer was himself in the news business. He was a former reporter at that same station. He was described as a disgruntled former employee. If you take a look at his tweets, we'll bring up his tweets a little bit later on again. You can see just the things he was tweeting about how the photographer that he ended up shooting and killing had gone to HR about him, and then he felt like she was hired to replace him. And his tweets are pretty disturbing, that he was tweeting right after the fact, tweeting after the shooting, talking about how he's posted the video onto Facebook. Just a very disturbing story. Not only is there video out there from the point of view of the photographer who was broadcasting live at the time on the morning show, not only the video from the point of view of that camera, but also there's video out there that the gunman himself shot because he was wearing a GoPro as the shooting actually took place. Very disturbing, that video where you actually see the gun right in front of him. You hear the shots. You see the reporter Alison try to run away. It's pretty intense, but it is out there if you guys are curious. We will not air it here on FOX10 News Now. However, a quick internet search and you'll be able to see it yourself. All right, guys, you were looking at live images now. You can see it looks like investigators, police looking into the vehicle that the suspect himself was driving, the gunman. He was known on air as Bryce Williams. He was driving that vehicle hundreds of miles away from the scene of the crime is where he shot himself. As you can see, investigators looking into the car now, opening the trunk. It's so interesting to look at video like this from an aerial point of view as you're watching police, investigators, crime scene detectives do their job. I almost feel like we're part of the investigation as we watch. These are, again, live images coming in. This is not pre-recorded. This is live aerial footage coming in from Virginia. All right, just to recap some of the news for those of us just joining, or those of you just joining this broadcast. A disgruntled former WDBJ employee shot and killed a reporter and a photographer while they were doing a live shot around 6:45 this morning, live on air. Really just a tragic situation. The gunman fled. We are now looking at live aerials of the scene where the gunman was captured, where he shot himself. And now you are looking at the press conference that is set up, the press conference scheduled to begin in about 10 minutes or so.
They were doing a live report at 6:45 this morning on WDBJ 7 Morning. Adam Ward was our photographer. On camera was Alison Parker interviewing someone from the Smith Mountain Lake Chamber, and someone with a gun, we believe it was a man, barged into where they were and fired several shots, 6 or 7 it sounded like. We heard screaming, and
all right, guys, while we wait for this press conference to begin, I want to go ahead and show you a couple other things. We're going to go and check out the WDBJ Twitter page. Obviously, they have been sharing as much content as possible, trying to not acknowledge the killer, but rather remember the victims. There you see the victims as well, Alison and Adam. This is the suspected shooter, Vester Flanagan, also known as Bryce Williams, former WDBJ employee. This is the picture of the suspect as he was shooting the photographer. Again, just very sad. Sad tweets indeed. Let's go ahead and look at some of this video. This is a look at the lives of WDBJ's Alison Parker and Adam Ward. We'll wait for that ad to end. You can see they had so many photos. So sad. Oops. This is a tribute video that was made for them. So sad. Of course, again, there is the ad. We'll just wait for that ad to wrap up. Again, this is a live look at where the press conference is being held. We will get a live update any minute now. Stay tuned for that. In the meantime, let's go back to WDBJ's website.
Jean, regular viewers of our morning program should have a pretty good sense of who Alison and Adam were, from Alison's work in front of the camera, Adam's interaction with the morning crew behind the camera and on the air. Alison was smart and ambitious. Adam was a capable photographer who would go the extra mile to get the job done, and they had a lot in common. They worked together every morning.
I wanted to go through a sleep study to see if my job impacts how I snooze. Adam and I work the same early morning shift, but have completely different sleep schedules.
Both Alison Parker and Adam Ward were natives of this area.
Hey everyone, I'm Alison Parker. Photojournalist Adam Ward and I are putting the final touches on our special report.
Alison grew up in Martinsville, Adam in Salem. Alison was a graduate of Martinsville High School and James Madison University. She loved the outdoors.
In Salem, Adam Ward, News 7 Sports.
Adam attended Salem High School, where he played football. He was a Virginia Tech graduate and a huge Hokies fan. And both of them worked here as interns at WDBJ 7 before they signed on as employees. Alison worked at a station in Jacksonville, North Carolina before she returned to WDBJ 7 in 2014. Adam had been here for 4 years, first as an employee of our production department and more recently as a photographer in news. He and Alison had been working together on WDBJ 7 Morning a little over a year, covering everything from community events to breaking news, and they did it well. And both of them had fallen in love with co-workers. Adam was engaged to our morning producer, Melissa Ott. They were planning their wedding. Alison and our 6 o'clock anchor, Chris Hurst, were dating. Kimberly and Jean were shattered by the news this morning, and our hearts go out to family and friends of Alison Parker and Adam Ward.
And we'll continue remembering them. We do have some updates.
All right, so that was a look at the on-air.
You were Jeff and Susan.
The on-air
now,
acknowledgement.
Your mom and dad.
Let's get this volume down. Let's go ahead and look at the slideshow of the victims. Again, we are just waiting for that press conference to begin. It's really just a sad story. Let me go ahead and zoom in so you guys get a closer look. There's Alison. Alison and Adam. Alison painting out in the field once again. So still just a very, very sad story all around. Again, we are waiting. We are just minutes away from this live press conference that will be taking place. All right, guys, if you are just joining us and don't know the full details on the tragic shooting that took place this morning, I'm going to go ahead and share with you some information. Again, right here you are looking at video of a still photo of the gunman. Now, this gunman shot and killed the reporter and the photographer during a live shot. They were working in the Roanoke, Virginia market. And that was the gunman that they were looking for. They identified him. They tracked him down. He was identified as a former employee of that same station. Again, that station was WDBJ. Reporter and photographer killed. The gunman was a former WDBJ employee, former WDBJ reporter. He was known on air as Bryce Williams. You can see that still image of him right there. Very tragic situation. This same individual apparently was tweeting after the fact, after the shooting, talking about how he posted the video on Facebook. He did have a GoPro in hand as he was committing the crime, and it's really tragic because that video that's out there on the internet now shows the gun in his hand, shows Alison, the reporter, trying to flee. You hear the gunshots, you hear everything. It's pretty intense. We aren't going to play it here, but it is out there on the internet for you to watch if you choose to do so. Right here, this is an image of Alison and Adam, the reporter and the photographer who were shot and killed. Very sad situation. Alison, 24 years old. Adam, 27 years old. Adam was engaged to the morning show producer who also, worked at the station. She was actually in charge of the show where he was shot and killed. And Alison had been dating the 6 p.m. and 11 p.m. anchor at the station for about 9 months. They had just moved in together. So really just a sad situation all around for them. Again, guys, we are just waiting for this press conference to start. It should be starting any minute now. It was scheduled for 11 a.m. It is now officially 11 a.m. You can see lots of media there waiting for the press conference to start. This is in regard to the unfortunate shooting death of a reporter and a photographer this morning, live on air. WDBJ reporter Alison Parker, photographer Adam Ward, killed during their morning live shot around 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. They were doing an interview. It's just very, very sad. Here's a still image of that live shot. This is the last moment, really, of Alison Parker's life. You can see her doing this live interview. She's there at Bridgewater Plaza. And again, as you can see on the timestamp of this, it's 6:46. And with the seconds later, gunshots rang out and she started running this way. Unfortunately, was struck by those gunshots and died as a result of those wounds. Also pictured in the same photo is the woman who was being interviewed at the time of the shooting. She was also shot. She was undergoing surgery this morning, was reportedly in stable condition. Vicki Gardner is her name. She was the head of Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce. She has already had surgery and is recovering, according to what I'm reading on Fox News. Again, it's just a sad, sad story. Again, we are just waiting for that press conference to start. It should start any minute now.
out probably in about 5 to 10 minutes. They're working on a few last-minute details for the press release, and they'll be out shortly. Just want to beg your forgiveness and ask for your patience. We'll try to give you that if we can.
All right, as you guys heard right there, they just gave the press an update. It'll be another 5 or 10 minutes before the press conference actually begins. They're just working to finalize some details before they come out and talk to the press, so stay tuned, guys. We'll be carrying this live here on News Now.
I'm not showing you my tattoo. No, I don't have that. Here. Well. I've always loved this.
Again, guys, this press conference should start any minute now. We were just waiting for the press conference to begin. As you know, both a reporter and a photographer shot and killed while they were live on the air this morning around 6:45 this morning Eastern Time. Both reporters with WDBJ out in Roanoke, Virginia. Really just a very sad story. Here's a still image of the reporter who was doing her live shot right before the shooting occurred. She was doing a live interview right there with Vicki Gardner, head of Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce. Seconds later, gunshots ring out. Alison runs, but unfortunately, she and the photographer, as well as Vicki, were all shot. Alison and her photographer, Adam, did not survive. Vicki has undergone surgery and is resting.
All right, testing, 1, 2, 3, mic check. Can you see me, Tom? All right, testing, 1, 2, 3, mic check. Testing, 1, 2, 3. You're welcome.
Super, well, these were probably good, but I just had an awful feeling, so I thought
Hey guys, they just called me and said they'll be around here in about 4 minutes. They said you guys want a 2-minute warning, but you got a 4-minute warning. So they'll be around here in just a minute, okay?
Thank you.
mic, you got to turn the mic on. If you want to say something, make sure that the volume's all right. Push the button up. Start it.
Test 1, 2. Can everybody hear?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Sheriff Bill Overton with the Franklin County Sheriff's Office. I'm here today with a sorrowful heart from the tragic events that have taken place earlier this morning. I just want to make sure that through this we continue to keep our prayers and thoughts with the family of Alicia Parker and Aaron Wade. Aaron Ward. As well as the WDBJ Channel 7 News family. First and foremost, at approximately 1:30 p.m. today, the suspect from this incident, this shooting, died at Fairfax and Nova Hospital in Northern Virginia as a result of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. I want to express my condolences to WDBJ 7 TV for their loss this morning. We know this has been a very difficult situation to manage professionally and personally, and we sincerely appreciate their cooperation and assistance with the ongoing investigation and our search efforts. We are keeping Ms. Vicki Gardner with the Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce in our thoughts and prayers as she continues to undergo treatment from injuries sustained in the shooting. I also want to thank the residents of Franklin and Bedford counties for their support and vigilance this morning as we conducted our search efforts and response in relations to this incident. The tips and information that came in from our local residents and across the Commonwealth have been extremely helpful over the course of the past 7 hours. The quick response of this investigation and resolution are due to the dedicated and quick efforts of our public safety partners with the Bedford County Sheriff's Office, the Virginia State Police, Roanoke City Police Department, Roanoke County Police Department, ATF, U.S. Marshal Service, the FBI, the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, and the Rocky Mount Police Department. I can't begin to thank those agencies and their personnel enough for their efforts. At 6:43 a.m. today, the Franklin County Sheriff's Office received a 911 call concerning shots fired at Bridgewater Plaza near Smith Mountain Lake. A WDBJ TV news crew was conducting a live interview at the plaza with Ms. Gardner when Vester Lee Flanagan II, age 41, of Roanoke, suddenly appeared and approached them and started shooting. Alison Parker, age 24, and Adam Ward, age 27, died at the scene. Both Parker and Ward were residents of Roanoke, Virginia. Let us not forget, they grew up in this area. They were part of our community. We don't want to forget that. Ms. Gardner was transported to Korean Roanoke Memorial Hospital where she is being treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Flanagan then fled before deputies arrived on the scene. The Franklin County Sheriff's Office, with the assistance of the Virginia State Police, immediately began a search operation in the area to locate the shooting suspect. Shortly before 11, Roanoke City Police Department located Flanagan's 2009 Ford Mustang at the Roanoke Regional Airport. The Mustang has been recovered as evidence. Flanagan then left the airport in a Chevrolet Sonic that he had rented earlier in the month. During the course of the investigation, investigators were able to track the suspect as he traveled along Interstate 81, and we notified local and state law enforcement along the entire Interstate 81 corridor to assist us with a lookout for a suspect vehicle. As has been confirmed already, the Virginia State Police then located the Flanagan vehicle on Interstate 66 in Fauquier County and took him into custody. State Police will go into more detail about that shortly. We are still piecing together the timeline of events leading up to this morning's shooting. Flanagan was a former employee at WDBJ 7 and on air went by Bryce Williams. Flanagan sent a lengthy multi-page fax to a national news organization in New York about this incident, and our investigators now have a copy of it, and its use in the course of this investigation will be continuing. And that's where we are right now. We still have a lengthy investigation to conduct, and that's our focus as we move forward. I would like now to turn over the mic to Sergeant Rick Garlitz with the Virginia State Police.
Thank you, Sheriff. Shortly before 11:30 a.m. this morning, Virginia State Police Trooper Pam Neff was on patrol along Interstate 66. Her license plate reader, or LPR, alerted to a license plate on a Chevrolet Sonic traveling east on 66. She followed the vehicle a short distance as troopers responded to assist her before she activated her lights. Once that backup was there, she activated her emergency equipment and attempted to stop the vehicle. The driver of the Sonic, Vester Flanagan, also known as Bryce Williams, refused to stop and sped away from the trooper. It was only a minute or two later when the Sonic ran off the road into the median. When Trooper Neff approached the vehicle, she found Flanagan suffering from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Flanagan was flown from the scene to Inova Fairfax Hospital, where he died at approximately 1:30 p.m. today. The Virginia State Police Bureau of Criminal Investigation Salem Field Office and our Salem Bureau of Field Operations have been and will continue to assist the Franklin County Sheriff's Office with this investigation into the shooting. Sheriff.
Thank you very much, Sergeant. I will try to entertain some questions that you may have at this point in time. We'll take a couple questions. Yes, sir.
Sheriff, how did the suspect know where the victims were, and did it look like he'd been playing for some time?
That is a question that we are looking into. Did he know before this morning that they would be located at this remote location doing a broadcast? Did he see it air this morning, as many people were watching? We're looking into that matter, trying to discover that.
Sheriff, why do you think the suspect did this? What was the motive for the shooting?
Not sure. We're looking into that. It's that he was a prior employee there. We're looking at all of those dimensions, what that may look like. But right now there's not been a motive as per se. Many of you have gotten a lot of the correspondence emails that have been sent out. It's obvious that there was this gentleman was disturbed in some way of the way things had transpired. At some point in his life, it would appear things were spiraling out of control, but we're still looking into that.
Do you believe there was a racial component here, as has been reported?
I have no comment on that at this time.
Sheriff, does he say anything to authorities when he was arrested?
Repeat that?
Did he say anything to authorities when he was arrested?
I can't answer that at this time.
Can you tell us
talked a little bit, Sheriff, about the fax that was sent to ABC News. What are your impressions of it so far? What's what you can share?
Well, what little bit of I've been able to review at this point in time, it certainly goes to show where the gentleman's mind was the night before, or what was taking place there, that there was some forethought given as to the chain of events that would happen.
And can you tell us about the license plate reader, how you guys were able to pick him up?
Sergeant, how instrumental were those
Was it technology, or did somebody just eyeball it?
The technology picked it up. The license plate reader, once a license plate is entered into the system, that reader will be able to identify that license plate when it passes. It's not state specific, so the trooper has to do an investigation after the license plate is noticed to whether that's going to be the identity of the vehicle they're looking for.
In your view, how instrumental were the license plate readers in catching this suspect?
License plate readers are a great tool. The state police has several of them throughout the state, and it helped Of course, I haven't talked to Trooper Neff, but it helped in this case to identify that vehicle.
How instrumental was the video that was aired live and that image of its face that was captured?
Ma'am, I'm not going to comment on that. I have not reviewed the video. I'll defer to the sheriff, but it's under investigation, so I'm not sure that...
Sure. So did that give you guys a lead as to who this person was, or did you already have a suspicion?
We were able to, from the investigation, once we were on scene and secured the scene, we were able to develop Mr. Flanagan as a potential suspect, and we went from there.
Sheriff, the document that was sent to ABC News, they received that yesterday?
I'll have to confirm that. I'm not sure. I believe
You
there's
just said yes. Okay.
something that they had received it this morning.
Have you had an opportunity to speak to the general manager over at his former employer?
Step to the podium, please.
Yes. What was the question again?
Have you had an opportunity to speak to the staff and management at his former employer? And how, from your understanding, what terms did he leave that station?
I have no comment on that right now. I haven't divulged much into that information at this time.
Have the station taken any steps to keep them off their property or otherwise keep them away from there, like a trespassing order?
I'm not sure about the trespassing order, but I'm not sure exactly what steps they may have taken, if there was a need to at this time.
Was there any how long he was seen there prior to the launch-up? When did he come into view?
We're still looking at all possible video. I'm not even really sure at this point in time if the individuals that were shot and killed even realized that he was there before the incident happened.
Sheriff, do you have a personal message to anyone who's free-showing that video on Facebook, Twitter?
I'm sorry, what was it again?
Can you confirm that Flanagan posted the videos himself to the website?
I can't confirm that, no.
How long have you been planning this,
Can you
Sheriff?
show us where the investigation goes from here? Is the residence of Williams being looked at right now by authorities?
Well, it's going to be a long investigation because there's a lot of components, certainly to this investigation, and we're still right in the beginning stages of it, so it's going to be quite a while.
What about his home or apartment?
Yes. That has been, officers have secured that area, and a search warrant will be executed there.
Sheriff, no one saw him. Would you characterize it as an ambush, perhaps?
Again, we're looking at video to see exactly how that transpired.
Was it premeditated, Sheriff? Do you
Yes.
believe that he targeted these two individuals or just the station itself?
I can't confirm that. I could sit here and second guess or guess myself maybe what that would be.
Are you aware of any other threats to other employees at that station?
Not at this time.
How long might he
Okay.
be planning this one, Sheriff? What do you think?
Three more. We'll take three more questions.
Sheriff.
It's a small community. Did you know Parker? Have you encountered him?
I did. It was, thank you. It was extremely difficult this morning. I'd actually did a remote with Ms. Parker and Adam about 3 weeks ago when our schools opened up here. We did the same type of remote in Rocky Mount.
So how did this one hit you as a person?
It has really stopped me in my tracks this morning. Like many viewers, I was watching this morning's broadcast and couldn't understand really what was happening myself at that time.
It's emotional for you, Sheriff.
Very emotional.
A lot of people these days might have assumed this was an act of terror or something. What difference would it make whether this was a person they knew versus someone they didn't?
Right. We're continuing to investigate as a criminal investigation, a homicide investigation at this time. Thank you all very, very much. And please, as we said before, continue to keep these families in your prayers.
Sure, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Plan any more press conferences?
We certainly will be letting you know that.
We have a couple more statements from
We got a couple more statements from a couple folks. This is Chris Turnbull. He's with Korean Medical Centers. Off. This is Chris Turnbull. He's with Korean. He's going to speak to you a couple minutes about the condition.
Could you spell your name, sir?
Absolutely. So last name is Turnbull, Turnbull. Chris, first name, Chris. And I'm spokesperson for Carillion Clinic in Roanoke, Virginia. And before I give the status on Miss Gardner, I just want to add our sympathies to the families and friends of Alison Parker and Adam Ward. They were good friends of the Carillion family and had done a number of broadcasts with us over the last couple of years. So we're very saddened today. Miss Gardner is in our care. She was brought to the hospital, Carillion Roanoke Memorial Hospital, this morning by ambulance and is currently in stable condition. I don't have any further information at this point in time, but I would encourage you to check back with us as we get further along in the situation. Thank you.
Did you say anything about the nature of her injury?
Unfortunately, I can't. I don't have that information right now. Actually, I guess I can take a second to introduce another individual who knows Vicki Gardner very well. Troy Keaton is the president of the Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce, and he's prepared to answer some questions from you as well.
Let me just begin by saying on behalf of the Regional Chamber of Commerce here at Smith Mountain Lake, we send our condolences to the families of all those who are suffering today at this tragedy, and particularly on behalf of our own executive director, Vicki Gardner, who is an exceptional, bright light in this community. And we stand with her 100% and are praying for her and are thankful that she is in stable condition and is in good hands. Her family is with her and her friends are with her, and we just want her to know and this community to know that as Vicki has been a champion for us for the more than a decade, we're going to be a champion for her through this. And we're going to get together as a community and stay together and make it through this. So thank you very much.
Sir, could you spell your name, please?
Last name is Keaton, Keaton. First name is Troy, Troy.
Sorry, who are you with?
I'm the chairman of the board for the Regional Chamber of Commerce, and Vicki Gardner is our executive director here at the lake. Thank you.
Sergeant, could you spell your name for us, please?
Spelling my name is, last name is Garletts.
Your first name, sir, again?
It's Rick. I'm on again. All right, that concludes what we're going to do here. I don't anticipate that we'll do any more releases today. Obviously, the investigation continues, and the sheriff will let everybody know if we do another press conference. Yes, sir.
What kind of weapon?
Sir, that's part of the investigation. I'm not going to get into that right now.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
John, you want yours?
All right, guys, just a quick look. Again, this is a screen grab of that live shot that Alison Parker was doing with Vicki Gardner, head of the Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce, just a second before the shooting took place. Joining me now, Ron Hoon again. We just listened to all the details that police gave. And one of the things they were speculating, a lot of reporters wondering how he knew where they were. And earlier, we've been on air for a while. The only thing I could think of is, sometimes reporters are at the same location.
Right, we talked about
multiple times. And that's my guess, is that he just watched the earlier hits and then drove to wherever that location was. I mean, what do you think?
Well, the original report, I'm going to take one step back, because the original report over the last hour or so was that he had sent a fax to a national news organization,
right,
and that he did that last night.
Overnight, right.
Correct. Now, we've just heard in the last couple of minutes that actually was sent 2 hours after the shooting. This is, which you have to really piece together here, kind of what's happening, just chronologically.
Right.
Because he sent it 2 hours after the shooting, which either he pulled over somewhere to send that fax, or I guess you can do it digitally.
I was going to say, can you time the sending of a fax?
You could do that. Or somebody else was telling me in the newsroom, I guess you can almost wirelessly or
fax things now.
Yeah, fax it like from your phone or something. So that all happened. He clearly, I don't know, he clearly plan this out. Samia, the story, I believe, by tomorrow is going to be...
Let's go ahead and pull up that picture again. That's the picture of him with the gun.
There'll be a couple of angles to the story that we'll be talking about tomorrow, and one will be just the impact it's had on the families and the co-workers of the reporter and the photographer, Adam Ward and Alison Parker. The other part of the story, I think, will be as people start to dig into this manifesto of his, this rambling 23-page statement that just got faxed like an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago. What was really happening in terms of his kind of demented view of the blame that he places on the people for losing his job?
It's so disturbing.
It really is.
So real quick, you said it was sent 2 hours after the shooting.
Yes.
So the shooting was at 6:45 Eastern time, so it may have been sent around 5:45. I mean, sorry, 8:45, 9 o'clock. Am I doing my math right?
Well,
9 o'clock Eastern time, which would have been around 6 here.
9,
And then somehow he managed to hit the road, drive 3 hours, 3.5 hours, then shoot himself.
It is possible. It is possible that he did all of the social media stuff from some location. I thought it was also fascinating what they were just talking about in the news conference, that they used plate reading technology to pick up a hit on where he was. This was a car that he had rented weeks ago.
Wow.
We've got to get a lot more information in terms of what he had to say in this statement. But there are some reports that he had actually gone out and bought the gun weeks and weeks ago.
Like he
and
was
planning something ever since.
But you know, I feel like a lot of times we see similar things, but typically with these mass shootings, for example. I always go back and, you know, we can reference the South Carolina shooting, the Charleston church shooting, where that shooter had a sort of manifesto online, or at least had a blog and that had photos and everything detailing his point of view.
You're talking about the church shooter.
The church shooting.
Right.
But then there's also the Santa Barbara shooter had a manifesto, the UC Santa Barbara shooter, and he detailed how he felt about women. He even had YouTube videos he uploaded sharing his take on women, and those were so disturbing. Those were all in the days leading up to this, and it's very bizarre thinking back now on some of the shootings where it's planned and then they sent, 23 pages.
Right.
It's very disturbing.
What kind of hate fills you that you have already decided, okay, I know how this is going to end. Once I do this, I know how it's going to end, and I'm not going to let them take me alive. I'll kill myself. What kind of demented thought process do you go through where you say, so the first thing I'm going to do is ruin so many other people's lives for the rest of their lives, kill 2 people. Here you've got Adam's fiance, who was excited about getting married. You've got her boyfriend, who they had talked about getting married.
Well, especially Adam's fiance, she produces the morning show.
Yeah.
She is the producer of the actual show where her soon-to-be husband was shot and killed during. It's so awful to think about it like that, but that's the reality of the situation, and they're probably so distraught over this.
No, they absolutely have to be.
It's so sad.
So that's part of how we will advance the story, is to take a look. There's no doubt that once again, in other high-profile shooting cases, the whole issue of gun violence will become a story. It won't take long. In fact, even the governor of Virginia had made some statements about it immediately coming out of that radio studio early this morning about whether we can pass any kind of legislation, etc. And so that's going to become, based on whoever starts making remarks about it. Right now we haven't heard a lot about that, but you just know we're going to. And in terms of what was his real motivation here, if in fact he did go out and buy that gun weeks and weeks ago.
By the way, I just want to acknowledge that we have another shot where we're looking at a podium with microphones. So my guess is there might be another press conference any minute now.
All right.
It looks like it's in the wooded area. I'm just going to go ahead and pull this up really quickly. You guys can see that.
Oh, good.
So
Okay.
it looks like it's possible because just as to the right of this scene,
Mhm.
in the camera pans, you'll see a podium with mics available. And now I'm just getting a message right now about what it will be. It is coming from Virginia. Do you know how to say that county's?
I think it's Fauquier, but I'm
Okay.
not sure. Or it could be Fauquier.
Fauquier County. That is-
French, obviously, so probably, yeah. I would bet it's I don't
right. So this is the scene right
Fauquier,
there.
I think, probably. Or maybe Fauquier, something like that.
Right. But we're going to probably have another press conference any minute. You can see the people running around and someone walking towards, a trooper walking towards the
Okay.
podium to wipe
Yeah.
balance.
Well, and how about that fascinating part of the story? You had an officer. She was
Everybody good?
She was on regular patrols right in that area and knew that they
All
were
right.
on the lookout for it. Here we
I
go.
am Sergeant F.L. Tyler of the Virginia State Police. I'm the Public Information Officer out of the Culpeper headquarters. Your present location is on I-66. Your westbound side, the incident happened on the eastbound side. Your westbound side, the 17-mile marker.
You got to figure this is a pretty important phone call.
Yeah, he had to step away from the press conference.
Yeah. So he said they have set up the staging area for the media there in the westbound lanes. Looks like that entire freeway's closed after the gunman killed himself.
Right.
But he was in the eastbound lanes. Little additional information that he's apparently trying to wrap up, and here he comes back to
Sorry
them.
about that, folks. I was trying to line up the trooper that was involved, initiated this, to come up here for an interview if you'd like.
That'd be great if we could get him.
All right, let me start over. I'm Sergeant F.L. Tyler of the Virginia State Police. I'm the Public Information Officer for the Culpeper headquarters. You're presently on westbound side of I-66 at the 17.5 mile marker. The scene is at the 17.1 mile marker on the eastbound side. You're approximately just over the hill there. You won't be able to see it from this location. All right, after the initial shooting occurred in Roanoke, well, the initial shooting in Franklin County, law enforcement agencies throughout the state were given information to be on the lookout for the suspect involved in that shooting and possible vehicles involved. We had troopers and other law enforcement agencies all along the I-81, 64, and 66 corridor being on the lookout for this vehicle. At approximately 11:20 a.m., Trooper P.M. Neff, who's out of the Winchester office, was stationed at I-66 and I-81 interchange. She was monitoring traffic with an LPR unit equipped in her vehicle, which is a tag reader. At approximately that time, she registered a hit on a possible suspect vehicle passing her location. And it continued on eastbound on I-66. She then pulled out, searched for the vehicle, and located visually at 11:24 a.m. at the 8-mile marker. After getting visual confirmation of the vehicle, she radioed in and awaited backup to help her with a traffic stop on the suspect vehicle. After other units arrived, a traffic stop was initiated at the 15.6 mile marker. At that time, the only occupant of the vehicle did not slow and did not stop for police vehicles. It then continued on and subsequently ran off the left side of the roadway at the 17.1 mile marker and struck an embankment. Officers then approached the vehicle and found the lone occupant had suffered a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The suspect was later flown to a Nova hospital with life-threatening injuries and died. It was pronounced dead at 1:26 p.m. to this date. The suspect is identified as Vester Lee Flanagan, age 41, from Roanoke. He's believed to be the prime suspect in the shooting in that area down in Franklin. Agencies that assisted the Virginia State Police. It's currently under investigation by the Virginia State Police and our Bureau of Criminal Investigations, the Fauquier Sheriff's Department, ATF, the U.S. Marshal Service, Virginia VDOT, and also fire and rescue units from Fauquier, and it's Warren County, correct? Warren County, from Linden, Marshall, Upperville, and Orleans. Fire and rescue companies. Also, all the other law enforcement agencies along I-81 assisted in our lookout for this vehicle. That's the end of my statement on that.
Did you find any weapons in that car?
I cannot go into any of the details. I haven't been given any further information than this at this time. It's continuing. It's an ongoing investigation.
Sergeant, they talked at the news conference down south about being able to track that vehicle in some way up I-81. Do you know anything about that?
I know we were getting different reports. We were also getting different updates on different types of vehicles that possibly were involved. So
was it a rental car with like a low jack?
I'd have to go into. You'd have to talk to them about those details of how we were given that information.
Sergeant, where in the body did they shoot?
I can't go into those details at this time because I don't know. It's Trooper P.M. Neff. P is in Paul, M is in Mary, Neff, N-E-F-F. I've just spoken with Trooper Neff, and she's cleared from the scene. She's going to stop. She has to get some fuel and everything, and she's going to bring herself and her vehicle up here, and she will show you the equipment if you're interested in that.
Could you talk to us about the kind of work that your people did, that she did, and the rest of your people?
Well, like I said, once we mobilized and we got information of where the suspect vehicle was possibly traveling, we had troopers all along the interstate systems monitoring not only us, but all the other law enforcement agencies in the area were monitoring, looking for these vehicles that would possibly look suspect.
I heard some of the radio traffic. It just sounded like an incredibly professional job. And at one point they talked about the guy having something in his right hand. And it sounded like...
Oh, yeah, we were getting all kinds of information while they were monitoring, getting ready to do the traffic stop. I mean, we had troopers that, we came up on situations at one point. It was coming up on a work zone, and that was all taken into consideration where the traffic stop was going to be initiated. By that time, he knew that we were in the area and following him. And like I said, we pre-planned everything so nobody would be hurt.
But he wouldn't stop, would he?
Pardon? He would not stop, no.
And that's when he went into the ditch?
Yes.
And after he went into the ditch, is that when...
I don't know the sequence of events. All I know the sequence is that we were behind the vehicle attempting to stop it when it went into the median, and subsequently when they approached, he found out he had a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
He tried to stop him and he wouldn't stop.
That's correct.
It wasn't much of a chase.
No.
2 miles?
2 miles, less than 2 miles, a mile and a half.
Do you have the make and model of that car?
I don't know. I don't have any information to that. All I know is we were setting up to do a traffic stop on it. Yes, but they're not releasable. I can't go into those details again. That was coming. That was information we were getting from Franklin County.
Sergeant, do you know where he was shot?
I do not.
Is there any evidence in that vehicle, Sergeant, as to where he was going?
I have no idea. It's still being processed. So it's still an ongoing investigation, and we're not going to go into those details at this time.
Can you tell me if there was anything else of interest found in the vehicle?
I don't know.
And you don't know if he shot himself before or after?
There again, the sequence of events is all I have is the sequence that I've given you. Any other further details are still part of our investigation.
How much damage was there to the
Okay.
vehicle?
It looked to be minimal to me. All right. All right, that's it. If you all want to stand by, I've got Trooper Neff coming up, and Corinne Geller will probably be sending out copies of what they released down in Franklin County, reference their press conference that occurred at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah, that's okay. Just give me the anything he said different than anything they said?
All right, guys. So as you heard from the head of the Virginia State Police, we will be hearing from others as well at this press conference. So we're just waiting for additional people to step up to the mic and speak on this tragedy. Just a quick update in case you missed it. Oops, it looks like we have lost that feed. Let me just go ahead and get that back. Just a quick update for those of you just tuning in or may have missed this announcement. The shooter himself has died. At first he shot himself. He did not die. He was rushed to the hospital. He died at the hospital. The shooter, a disgruntled former employee of that same news station, WDBJ in Roanoke, Virginia. A very sad situation. All right, guys, as we wait for this next part of the press conference to begin, I want to go ahead and play a clip for you guys. This is the general manager of that station talking about the victims on the news this morning.
Good news that it looks like Vicki is going to be out of the woods.
That is
and
great news.
She is somebody who's known to that community and known to a lot of our news people as well. It's been a good news source. We're in shock. All there is in our building today is hugging and crying and consoling. Many members of our staff were very close to Alison and Adam, and everybody knew them. They were loved. They were positive people. They never shied away from an assignment. If you asked them to work late, they did it. If you didn't even have to ask them. Adam was the camera through which you viewers saw much of what we did, and certainly if it was on the morning news and was out live, you saw Adam's work. Just nobody better to work with than those two individuals.
We also hear from
I was trained as a journalist. I'm a reporter by training, and I've been in the business more than 40 years. And you're never prepared for this, and you just pray every day that your people are going to be safe.
Now the general manager on the shooter.
Vester was an unhappy man. We employed him as a reporter, and he had some talent in that respect and some experience, although he'd been out of the business for a while. When he was hired here, he quickly gathered a reputation as someone who was difficult to work with. Would you say, Joe DeShiel? He was sort of looking out for people to say things that he could take offense to. And eventually, after many incidents of his anger coming to the fore, we dismissed him. And he did not take that well. We had to call the police to escort him from the building. Since then, he then filed an action with the Equal Opportunity Employment Commission, in which he made all kinds of complaints, and there may have been one about Alison or Adam. I frankly don't remember, but about members of the staff making racial comments. He was African American, and none of them could be corroborated by anyone. We think they were fabricated. But just as an insurance policy, we went around and talked to all of our employees who might have been able to be exposed to this, and we have a pretty diverse workplace, and we got nothing about that. And the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission dismissed the claim out of hand, and that was that. So we had an unhappy former employee, but this happens. And usually they move on.
Right.
sometimes they're just not suited for the work, and they move on, get a job somewhere else. But he had remained in town.
All right, guys, so that was the clip from the general manager of WDBJ detailing his experience with the suspect. On air, he was known as Bryce Williams, but his actual name was Vester Flanagan. Now you're looking at a live shot, a live feed coming in from Virginia. We are going to hear more details on the arrest of the suspect who had shot himself. He was later taken to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. We will be hearing from the officer or the state trooper that spotted him in just a few minutes, so stay tuned for that update. All right, guys, while we wait for this press conference to begin, what I'm going to do is take you live to the FOX10 News at noon, where they are discussing this same tragedy.
Back east, two journalists doing their job, doing a live report, are gunned down and shot to death.
Right. Their accused attacker, a former co-worker who police think planned the ambush. Ron Hoon joins us live now with more details. Ron?
All right, guys. Reporter Alison Parker was in the middle of a live report. They were talking about an area near Roanoke as being ideal as a spot for tourists. In the middle of that report, a gunman walked up and shot her to death. Then he turned the gun almost point blank on her photographer and killed him too. Alison Parker, 24 years old, was there interviewing Vicki Gardner from the local Chamber of Commerce at a place called Bridgewater Plaza, which is actually up in the foothills many miles from Roanoke. And this is a screen grab. Seconds before the shooter, Vester Flanagan, walked up to her and fired shot after shot while she was screaming and trying to run for her life. The woman on the right survived, and after surgery, we understand, is in stable condition at a nearby hospital. The photographer, Adam Ward, was able to capture an image of the gunman after he was shot. And that split-second image, which we've frozen for you, was the clue necessary for people to quickly identify the shooter. Flanagan had sent out a number of tweets. By the way, when he was on TV at this station, he went by the name of Bryce Williams, but his real name was Vester Flanagan. And he sent these tweets out over the last several hours saying things like, "I filmed the shooting, see Facebook. Adam went to HR on me after working with me one time." Maybe we can drop the banner for just a second. I'll show you the rest of these tweets. He said they hired her after that, EEOC report filed, and then he said Allison made racist comments. He had filed a lawsuit, an EEOC-related lawsuit, back in May of 2014, and it was dismissed by a judge who looked at it just 2 months later in July of last year. We learned he also sent out a rambling 23-page statement in the form of a fax to ABC News after the shooting, apparently trying to explain himself. We've also learned that he was fired at the television station after some, quote, incidents of anger, and that it was serious enough that the police were called the day he was fired to escort him from the building. Following the shooting, Flanagan fled the scene, later switching into a rental car at the Roanoke-Blacksburg Airport. Investigators say he'd arranged for the rental earlier this month, and then he drove from Roanoke onto the Interstate 81, heading north for more than 100 miles. And it was at the intersection of the two main freeways in Virginia, the 81 with the I-66, which is the main freeway going into D.C., that a state trooper got a hit on her license plate reader at the intersection of these two freeways, that was the man.
The driver of the Sonic, Vester Flanagan, also known as Bryce Williams, refused to stop and sped away from the trooper. It was only a minute or two later when the Sonic ran off the road into the median. When Trooper Neff approached the vehicle, she found Flanagan suffering from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Flanagan was flown from the scene to Inova Fairfax Hospital, where he died at approximately 1:30 p.m. today.
One of the first things that Trooper Neff did was to call for backup, so she had a number of officers there on scene with her when she tried to pull that vehicle over. The gunman died in the hospital. Now, Alison Parker and Adam Ward worked together as a morning news crew. You can see from this picture they had plenty of fun doing their job. They were just beloved in the newsroom. And Adam, by the way, was engaged to be married. His fiance was a morning show producer who was in the station watching as the shooting happened. As the station's general manager said this morning, though, they still had a job to do. They still have to report on this story, quote, through our tears. Rick and Kristin, back to you.
All right, Ron, thank you. Be sure to stay with Fox 10 as we bring you the very latest on the story. And as always, you can find continuing coverage on our YouTube channel. It's youtube.com/Fox10 It's our Fox News Now channel.
All right, guys, so as you know, that was the morning show's summary of everything that happened this morning. Now taking you live to Virginia. Again, we're waiting for another press conference to begin. We've watched a couple of press conferences thus far. I believe we are waiting for a press conference from the state trooper who actually spotted the suspect while on the road. So we'll be hearing from him in just a few moments. I know a lot of you guys in the chat room talking about the fax that the shooter apparently sent to ABC News a few hours after the actual shooting. Very confused as to how it happened. Well, let's look at the timeline once again. So you know that the shooting took place at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, a local time in Virginia. And we started bringing you those live images of the car that had crashed just before 9 o'clock here. So I would say just before noon here, or just before noon in Virginia. So you figure there's a 5-hour period in between the shooting that took place and the live video coming in from the scene where his car crashed. We know that his car crashed approximately 3 hours away from the scene of the crime, somewhat around 200 miles away. So factor in 3 hours of driving, and it's still possible he was able to stayed local, or maybe hit the road, stopped somewhere, sent the fax, and continued driving, because there was about a 5-hour gap between the shooting and the time that the suspect shot himself in his vehicle. That suspect was then pronounced dead at 1:30 p.m. Virginia time. So he shot himself a little before noon Virginia time and was pronounced dead at the hospital at 1:30 p.m. Virginia time. Coming up, we will bring you the press conference that should take place any minute now. Again, those of you just joining us don't know the full story quite yet. A reporter and a photographer killed while doing a live shot on live TV, 6:45 this morning, Virginia time. They were doing a live interview when a disgruntled former employee approached them, started shooting at the reporter. She screams, runs, but she gets hit, and then the gunman turns the gun on the photographer. The photographer's camera was able to catch one still image of the gunman himself. And that was the video that helped authorities identify the suspect and later track him down. I'm going to pull up that image for you guys once again. This is the photo I'm talking about. This is straight from the camera that victim Adam Ward was shooting with. You can see that still image of the suspect. Vester Flanagan, also known on air as Bryce Williams. He used to be a reporter at that same station where both the reporter and photographer who were killed currently worked at, WDBJ in Roanoke, Virginia. Again, if you missed the clip that I played earlier where the general manager of the station talks about this shooter, I'm going to play that for you again. The general manager talks about his experience with this suspect, the gunman.
Vester was an unhappy man. We employed him as a reporter, and he had some talent in that respect and some experience, although he'd been out of the business for a while when he was hired here. He quickly gathered a reputation as someone who was difficult to work with. Would you say, Joe DeShiel? He was sort of looking out for people to say things that he could take offense to. And eventually, after many incidents of his anger coming to the fore, we dismissed him. And he did not take that well. We had to call the police to escort him from the building. Since then, he then filed an action with the Equal Opportunity Employment Commission, in which he made all kinds of complaints, and there may have been one about Alison or Adam. I frankly don't remember, but about members of the staff making racial comments. He was African American, and none of them could be corroborated by anyone. We think they were fabricated. But just as an insurance policy, we went around and talked to all of our employees who might have been able to be exposed to this, and we have a pretty diverse workplace, and we got nothing about that. And the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission dismissed the claim out of hand, and that was that. So we had an unhappy former employee, but this happens. And usually they move on.
Right.
Sometimes they're just not suited for the work, and they move on, get a job somewhere else, but he had remained in town.
Again, you were hearing from the general manager of the station speaking on the suspect, the gunman, who was shot and killed 2 WDBJ employees this morning. Again, we are waiting for more people to speak at this press conference. Earlier we heard from the head of the Virginia State Police, and we are expected to hear from more people, including the trooper who apparently spotted the suspect on the interstate. So stay tuned for that. We'll be carrying it live here on Fox 10 News Now. All right, guys, those of you just joining us, want to give you a recap of everything we've covered this morning. Really unfortunate situation out of Virginia, out of a suburb of Roanoke, Virginia, is where a reporter and a photographer were shot and killed on live TV while doing a live shot. I'm going to go ahead and pull up an image for you guys right now. Again, this is the image right here from the TV screen of reporter Alison Parker's last live shot. Gonna go ahead and pull that up right now. Alison Parker right there, 24 years old, shot and killed along with her photographer. The woman pictured right there being interviewed was also shot, but she underwent surgery this morning and is in stable condition. That woman is Vicki Gardner. She was being interviewed by Allison. She is the head of Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce. It's a really, really sad situation. So just to recap everything we know that the employee, or the gunman rather, was a former employee. He was described as a disgruntled employee, and it's only because of video, I think, captured by photographer Adam Ward's camera that captured a screenshot of the suspect, were authorities able to identify the suspect and then track him down. I'm going to pull up some video here. This is that image that I'm speaking of. That was the still shot shown all over TV this morning, going around the internet when the suspect was still wanted. Looking at that image, they were able to identify the gunman as former TV reporter Bryce Williams, birth name Vester Flanagan. A very sad story indeed. He shot himself on Interstate 66. He was in critical condition but then succumbed to his injuries right before 11:30 this morning, Virginia time, so about 8:30 here. Just about 4 hours ago, Virginia State Police spotted the suspect vehicle heading eastbound on Interstate 66. With emergency lights activated, the Virginia State Police trooper initiated a traffic stop on the suspect's vehicle, but he did not stop and he sped away from the trooper. Minutes later, the suspect vehicle ran off the road and crashed. Again, that was just before noon Virginia time, just before 9 this morning. We started broadcasting as soon as we got those live images of the scene of the crash around 9 this morning. And we've been broadcasting ever since as we learn more and more information. Again, we are waiting for a press conference to start. It looks like a state trooper has arrived to the scene of the press conference, just pulled up, and hopefully a press conference will be starting shortly. I believe we're going to hear from the state trooper that attempted to pull over the suspect on Interstate 66.
All right, parameters. There's going to be no questions about what was in the car, what you saw in the car. It's only going to be up to the point that the car, they walk up to it, see he's got a self-inflicted gunshot wound, okay?
Well, what about the technology?
Well, she's going to tell you all about that and everything, okay? But as far as particulars, as far as the ongoing investigation, we're not going to respond, okay? And if it gets out of hand, the interview's over, okay? For Pam Neff.
Hey, ma'am, can you just describe the moment that you actually got the hit and what went through your head at that point?
I was sitting at 66 and 81 on the exit ramp from I-81 northbound to 66 eastbound. I had my car sitting there for approximately 15 or 20 minutes. And throughout the day, we were giving different suspect vehicle information. The last one came back as a positive contact, or positive that this will be the suspect vehicle that he was in. I took that suspect vehicle information and entered into my license plate reader. As soon as it was entered, it did come up with a positive hit that that vehicle just passed me less than 3 minutes earlier.
Wow. What did you do after that?
I let my dispatch know that that vehicle has passed me, and I attempted to catch up to the vehicle, which was traveling eastbound on 66.
What how fast the speed was?
How fast his speeds were? He was not going that fast. He was not going above the posted speed limit.
You didn't initiate license sirens immediately. Talk to us about what you did.
No, I did not. I waited until I had several other troopers with me to initiate a traffic stop.
And what happened at that point?
The suspect vehicle did not stop. Eventually, he did wreck the vehicle on the left-hand side of the road.
And you're allowed to describe a little bit more here. So what did you do? You actually went out and looked at the car?
Yes, I exited my vehicle with several other troopers, and we approached the vehicle.
And what did you find?
Just a gentleman that appeared to be suffering from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Can you describe this technology and how amazing it is, and what a great law enforcement tool it is, the license plate reader, and how it works?
Our license plate reader, anytime that anything is entered into VCIN or NCIC, we're able to access that information, and if it's any stolen vehicle or any stolen license plates or any other vehicle that I enter into my license plate reader to deem that it's a be on the lookout vehicle or any other vehicle can be entered into our license plate readers. Once it's entered in, it runs only 1 day's worth of information. After that 1 day, all the information is dumped.
But this little reader on the back of your car
Yes, sir.
actually looks at license plates as they're going by.
Yes, it does.
Can you describe how that works?
It has two different types of cameras on it. It's got a black and white one, which is a nighttime camera, and it's also got a colored picture, and it takes a picture of every single license plate that comes through, and it reads it versus the national database. So if a vehicle ABC 1234 was stolen, every plate that says ABC 1234 is going to show up as a hit on my vehicle. It's my responsibility to see that tag and make sure that it is a valid hit or it's not a valid hit.
Does your heart flutter when you get a hit, and when you got this hit, did you think, all right, we got this guy, or what goes through your head?
Well, with the information coming through, I knew I had the vehicle. We were unsure if it was the gentleman at all.
Can we go back to the actual chase? When you got behind him, what happened when you saw him and started to follow him?
He did not stop. He just continued to drive in the center of the roadway.
And then what happened after that? When you went to make a stop?
He eventually wrecked his vehicle on the left-hand side of the roadway.
In the median?
In the median, yes, sir.
And then you got out of your car?
With several other troopers.
And then what did you do?
We walked up to the vehicle to try to clear the vehicle and see what gentleman was actually driving the vehicle.
And what did you see? Was he unconscious?
Only thing I didn't walk completely up to the vehicle.
We're not going to go any details inside the vehicle, okay?
Okay, well, he was not conscious.
I didn't walk all the way up to the vehicle. I stayed to the rear of the vehicle. I can't tell you anything that's inside the vehicle. I never even saw inside the vehicle.
When you say he was driving down the middle of the road, was he straddling the lanes?
Yes, he was straddling the lanes.
Did you ever make eye contact with him?
No, I stayed behind him the whole entire time.
Some of the radio traffic suggested that there were shots fired, I think, before the crash.
I can't confirm or deny anything.
Knowing what he was capable of, or that he can describe as armed and dangerous, though, and knowing the risk that he was in, what were you at all apprehensive or concerned for your own safety as vehicles?
We have some of the best training in the world. The only thing that kicks in is our training. You don't have time to think about personal emotions. The only thing you have time to think about is what's going to happen next and what's my next step if this would happen.
Trooper, how long have you been on the force?
For 11 years.
11 years?
Trooper, in 11 years that you've been on the force, how would you describe this day in the totality of your career?
As in which way?
The experiences that you've had.
I've had some tremendous experience, but this has not been my worst.
What has been your worst?
So you started your license service then, and after that he crashed into the median?
No, we followed him for over 1.5 miles before he crashed.
Were there any near misses with other cars on the road?
No, it was just his vehicle. There were no other vehicles in front of him except for law enforcement, and no other vehicles behind him except for law enforcement.
Before running off the road, did he change?
Yes.
And I didn't hear her question. Did he, once you turned the sirens on, did he change his behavior at all before going off the embankment?
No.
He never sped up.
No, he never sped up.
Is that the tag reader there? That little thing back on the trunk?
Yes, they're my license plate readers.
Trooper, let me, for clarification, when you pulled him over, there were troopers in front of him and troopers behind him, and was it like a rolling merge over to the left? There weren't any other civilian cars around?
No, there was no other civilian cars. We just had troopers in front and behind him.
So you'd already identified him, and you were in front and in back and moving forward, and then he decided he went off to the left.
Yes.
And were helicopters involved when you were pulling over the helicopter?
I was not paying attention to any helicopters. I was more paying attention to the suspect vehicle.
And you weren't able to see anything to indicate what caused him to go off into the embankment. You didn't see him shoot.
We're not going to discuss that right now.
Is there anything else you want to say, Trooper?
I really don't have anything else.
How many other troopers were involved, like, following you?
I do not know. I know there was quite a few.
At any point in the chase, did you see a gun or making any hand gestures of any kind?
They're going into the end of
And he was driving basically at appropriate speed for this entire time. He was never driving unusually slow or unusually fast.
Except in the center of the roadway.
He was driving in the center of the road.
Yes, he was driving in the center of the roadway.
The interstate is divided, 2 lanes going east and west with a median of embankment between it. So he was straddled the 2 lanes. So he
He was straddling those 2 lanes for the whole 1.5 miles that you were following.
Yes.
But there weren't that many cars on the road at this time.
There was no other civilian cars on the road.
we'd screened that. There was a work zone prior to this location that went down to 1 lane. We had enough units once we had backup that we screened each vehicle away. And we also were looking for an area in fact stop that had a high embankment so the other traffic lanes on the side would if they turned into something other than just a normal traffic stop. We had a buffer.
So how much time was it from when you identified his car and knew it was him to when he hit the embankment?
I never truly identified him. I only identified as the vehicle.
The first tag reader hit is approximately 120,
11:18 is when it actually passed my vehicle in 66 and 81.
11:20, she knows that it passed her. She gets up and does a visual on the car at 11:24, and then traffic stop. All right, well, if you have any questions about the equipment, she can explain that to you, but we're not going to entertain any more questions about the investigation. Got it?
Equipment in the car or out of the car?
These cameras are locked into or hooked into a
Is that a
laptop.
camera in the back, Dan?
Hello. Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm good. I'm gonna go down here, man. Get a couple shots and then I'll feed it. I know.
All got these silver guys, like everybody else on the shop, okay?
I'm fine, thank you, officer.
These two cameras here are the 2 cameras. We've got the bluish one is my nighttime camera and the other one is my daytime camera. Make it copy every single
Right behind you.
Pretty much every single vehicle that goes through.
Which one is the color one?
This is my color one, and this is my black and white one.
All right, and then that is hooked into the computer.
And as we're going by, it's reading the numbers, the license plate numbers, it's going into a database over here, and it triggers
only if it's been entered as a vehicle we're looking for. That's the only trigger you get.
We don't have an exact
I don't have an exact number.
All right. Thank you very much, folks.
This is my assigned vehicle. Yes. It was pinged at 11:18. No, that's when it came through. I got the positive hit at 11:20. FNEFF.
And it looks like we've lost our feed from the press conference with the state trooper. She briefly gave us a little tour of her vehicle. Let's go back and watch that. Oh, let's watch the press conference out of... This is the press conference out of Hardy, Virginia from earlier.
If you want to say something, make sure that the volume's all right. Push the button up. Start.
Test 1, 2. Can everybody hear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Sheriff Bill Overton with the Franklin County Sheriff's Office. I'm here today with a sorrowful heart from the tragic events that have taken place earlier this morning. I just want to make sure that through this we continue to keep our prayers and thoughts with the family of Alicia Parker and Aaron Wade. Aaron Ward. As well as the WDBJ Channel 7 News family. First and foremost, at approximately 1:30 p.m. today, the suspect from this incident, this shooting, died at Fairfax and Nova Hospital in Northern Virginia as a result of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. I want to express my condolences to WDBJ 7 TV for their loss this morning. We know this has been a very difficult situation to manage professionally and personally, and we sincerely appreciate their cooperation and assistance with the ongoing investigation and our search efforts. We are keeping Ms. Vicki Gardner with the Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce in our thoughts and prayers as she continues to undergo treatment from injuries sustained in the shooting. I also want to thank the residents of Franklin and Bedford counties for their support and vigilance this morning as we conducted our search efforts and response in relations to this incident. The tips and information that came in from our local residents and across the Commonwealth have been extremely helpful over the course of the past 7 hours. The quick response of this investigation and resolution are due to the dedicated and quick efforts of our public safety partners with the Bedford County Sheriff's Office, the Virginia State Police, Roanoke City Police Department, Roanoke County Police Department, ATF, U.S. Marshal Service, the FBI, the Virginia Department of Emergency Management, and the Rocky Mount Police Department. I can't begin to thank those agencies and their personnel enough for their efforts. At 6:43 a.m. today, the Franklin County Sheriff's Office received a 911 call concerning shots fired at Bridgewater Plaza near Smith Mountain Lake. A WDBJ TV news crew was conducting a live interview at the plaza with Ms. Gardner when Vester Lee Flanagan II, age 41, of Roanoke, suddenly appeared and approached them and started shooting. Alison Parker, age 24, and Adam Ward, age 27, died at the scene. Both Parker and Ward were residents of Roanoke, Virginia. Let us not forget, they grew up in this area. They were part of our community. We don't want to forget that. Ms. Gardner was transported to Korean Roanoke Memorial Hospital, where she is being treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Flanagan then fled before deputies arrived on the scene. The Franklin County Sheriff's Office, with the assistance of the Virginia State Police, immediately began a search operation in the area to locate the shooting suspect. Shortly before 11, Roanoke City Police Department located Flanagan's 2009 Ford Mustang at the Roanoke Regional Airport. The Mustang has been recovered as evidence. Flanagan then left the airport in a Chevrolet Sonic that he had rented earlier in the month. During the course of the investigation, investigators were able to track the suspect as he traveled along Interstate 81, and were notified local and state law enforcement along the entire Interstate 81 corridor to assist us with a lookout for a suspect vehicle. As has been confirmed already, the Virginia State Police then located the Flanagan vehicle on Interstate 66 in Fauquier County and took him into custody. State Police will go into more detail about that shortly. We are still piecing together the timeline of events leading up to this morning's shooting. Flanagan was a former employee at WDBJ 7 and on air went by Bryce Williams. Flanagan sent a lengthy multi-page fax to a national news organization in New York about this incident, and our investigators now have a copy of it, and its use in the course of this investigation will be continuing. And that's where we are right now. We still have a lengthy investigation to conduct, and that's our focus as we move forward. I would like now to turn over the mic to Sergeant Rick Garlitz with the Virginia State Police.
Thank you, Sheriff. Shortly before 11:30 a.m. this morning, Virginia State Police Trooper Pam Neff was on patrol along Interstate 66. Her license plate reader, or LPR, alerted to a license plate on a Chevrolet Sonic traveling east on 66. She followed the vehicle a short distance as troopers responded to assist her before she activated her lights. Once that backup was there, she activated her emergency equipment and attempted to stop the vehicle. The driver of the Sonic, Vester Flanagan, also known as Bryce Williams, refused to stop and sped away from the trooper. It was only a minute or two later when the Sonic ran off the road into the median. When Trooper Neff approached the vehicle, she found Flanagan suffering from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Flanagan was flown from the scene to Inova Fairfax Hospital, where he died at approximately 1:30 p.m. today. The Virginia State Police Bureau of Criminal Investigation Salem Field Office and our Salem Bureau of Field Operations have been and will continue to assist the Franklin County Sheriff's Office with this investigation into the shooting. Sheriff.
Thank you very much, Sergeant. I will try to entertain some questions that you may have at this point in time. We'll take a couple questions. Yes, sir.
Sheriff, how did the suspect know where the victim were and did it look like he'd been feigned for some time?
That is a question that we are looking into. Did he know before this morning that they would be located at this remote location doing a broadcast? Did he see it aired this morning, as many people were watching? We're looking into that matter, trying to discover that.
Sheriff, why do you think the suspect did this? What was the motive for the shooting?
Not sure. We're looking into that. It's that he was a prior employee there. We're looking at all of those dimensions, what that may look like. But right now, there's not been a motive as per se. Many of you have gotten a lot of the correspondence, emails that have been sent out. It's obvious that there was this gentleman was disturbed in some way of the way things had transpired at some point in his life. It would appear things were spiraling out of control, but we're still looking into that.
Do you believe there was a racial component here? Has it been reported?
I have no comment on that at this time. Repeat that.
Did he say anything to authorities when he was arrested?
I can't answer that at this time.
Can you tell us
Talked a little bit, Sheriff, about the facts that were sent to ABC News. What are your impressions of it so far? What's what you can share?
Well, what little bit of I've been able to review at this point in time, it certainly goes to show where the gentleman's mind was the night before, or what was taking place there, that there was some forethought given as to the chain of events that would happen.
And can you tell us about the license plate reader, how you guys were able to pick him up?
Sergeant, how instrumental were
I mean, was it technology or did somebody just eyeball it?
Technology picked it up. The license plate reader, once a license plate is entered into the system, that reader will be able to identify that license plate when it passes. It's not state specific, so the trooper has to do an investigation after the license plate is noticed to whether that's going to be the identity of the vehicle they're looking for.
In your view, how instrumental were the license plate readers in catching this suspect?
License plate readers are a great tool. The state police has several of them throughout the state, and it helped. Of course, I haven't talked to Trooper Neff, but it helped in this case to identify that vehicle.
How instrumental was the video that was aired live and that image of his face that was captured?
Ma'am, I'm not going to comment on that. I have not reviewed the video. I'll defer to the sheriff, but it's under investigation, so I'm not sure that...
Sure. Did that give you guys a lead as to who this person was, or did you already have a suspicion?
We were able to, from the investigation, once we were on scene and secured the scene, we were able to develop Mr. Flanagan as a potential suspect, and we went from there.
Sheriff, the document that was sent to ABC News, they received that yesterday?
I'll have to confirm that. I'm not sure. I believe
You
there's
just said yes. Okay.
something that they had received it this morning.
Have you had an opportunity to speak to the general manager over at his former employer?
Step to the podium, please.
Yes. What was the question again?
Have you had an opportunity to speak to the staff and the management at his former employer? And how, from your understanding, what terms did you leave that station?
I have no comment on that right now. I haven't divulged much into that information at this time.
Have the
How long
station
has
taken
Mr.
any
Flanagan been
steps to
planning
keep
this?
them off their property or otherwise keep them away from there, like a trespassing order?
I'm not sure about the trespassing order, but I'm not sure exactly what steps they may have taken, if there was a need to at this time.
Was there any how long he was seen there prior to the launch of? When did he come into view?
We're still looking at all possible video. I'm not even really sure at this point in time if the individuals that were shot and killed even realized that he was there before the incident happened.
Sheriff, do you have a personal message to anyone who's free showing that video on Facebook, Twitter?
I'm sorry, what was it again?
Can you confirm that Flanagan posted the videos himself to the website?
I can't confirm that,
How
no.
long have you been planning this,
Can you
Sheriff?
tell us where the investigation goes from here? Is the residence of Williams being looked at right now by authorities?
Well, it's going to be a long investigation because there's a lot of components, certainly to this investigation, and we're still right in the beginning stages of it, so it's going to be quite a while.
What about his home or apartment?
Yes. That has been, officers have secured that area, and a search warrant will be executed there.
Sheriff, no one saw him. Would you characterize it as an ambush, perhaps?
Again, we're looking at video to see exactly how that transpired.
Was it premeditated, Sheriff?
Do you
Yes.
believe that he targeted these two individuals or just the station itself?
I can't confirm that. I could sit here and second guess or guess myself maybe what that would be.
Are you aware of any other threats to other employees at that station?
Not at this time.
How long might he
Okay.
be planning this one, Sheriff? What do you think?
Three more. We'll take three more questions.
Sir, it's a small community. Did you know Parker? Have you encountered him?
I did. It was Thank you. It was extremely difficult this morning. I'd actually did a remote with Ms. Parker and Adam about 3 weeks ago when our schools opened up here. We did the same type of remote here in Rocky Mount.
So how did this news hit you as a church?
It has really stopped me in my tracks this morning. Like many viewers, I was watching this morning's broadcast and couldn't understand really what was happening myself at that time.
It's emotional for you, Chair.
Very emotional.
A lot of people these days might have assumed this was an act of terror or something. What difference would it make whether this was a person they knew versus someone they didn't?
Right. We're continuing to investigate as a criminal investigation, a homicide investigation at this time. Thank you all very, very much. And please, as we said before, continue to keep these families in your prayers. Thank you.
Plan any more press conferences?
We certainly will be letting you know that.
We have a couple more statements from.
We got a couple more statements from a couple folks. This is Chris Turnbull. He's with Korean Medical Centers. Off. This is Chris Turnbull. He's with Korean. He's going to speak to you a couple minutes about the condition.
Could you spell your name, sir?
Absolutely. So last name is Turnbull, Turnbull. Chris, first name, Chris. And I'm spokesperson for Carillion Clinic in Roanoke, Virginia. And before I give the status on Miss Gardner, I just want to add our sympathies to the families and friends of Alison Parker and Adam Ward. They were good friends of the Carillion family and had done a number of broadcasts with us over the last couple of years. So we're very saddened today. Miss Gardner is in our care. She was brought to the hospital, Carillion Roanoke Memorial Hospital, this morning by ambulance and is currently in stable condition. I don't have any further information at this point in time, but I would encourage you to check back with us as we get further along in the situation. Thank you.
Could you say anything about the nature of her injury?
Unfortunately, I can't. I don't have that information right now. Actually, I guess I can take a second to introduce another individual who knows Vicki Gardner very well. Troy Keaton is the president of the Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce, and he's prepared to answer some questions from you as well.
Let me just begin by saying on behalf of the Regional Chamber of Commerce here at Smith Mountain Lake, we send our condolences to the families of all those who are suffering today at this tragedy, and particularly on behalf of our own executive director, Vicki Gardner, who is an exceptional, bright light in this community. And we stand with her 100% and are praying for her and are thankful that she is in stable condition and is in good hands. Her family is with her and her friends are with her, and we just want her to know and this community to know that as Vicki has been a champion for us for the more than a decade, we're going to be a champion for her through this. And we're going to get together as a community and stay together and make it through this. So thank you very much.
Sir, could you spell your name, please?
Last name is Keaton, Keaton. First name is Troy, Troy.
Sorry, who are you with?
I'm the chairman of the board for the Regional Chamber of Commerce, and Vicki Gardner is our executive director here at the lake. Thank you.
Sergeant, could you spell your name for us, please?
Spelling of my name is, last name is Garletts.
Your first name, sir, again?
It's Rick. I'm on again. All right, that concludes what we're going to do here. I don't anticipate that we'll do any more releases today. Obviously, the investigation continues, and the sheriff will let everybody know if we do another press conference. Yes, sir.
What kind of weapon?
Sir, that's part of the investigation. I'm not going to get into that right now.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Let's take a look at the Twitter feed from the station. We love you, Allison and Adam. I'm gonna put these pictures up while I just found some bits and pieces of the manifesto that the suspect had left. ABC, I can't. Let's see. ABC has released bits and pieces of it, but not. I have not yet found the complete manifesto. He faxed them. I believe it was yesterday. I've got a few tabs.
Unbelievable.
Excuse me.
Unbelievable. And thank you very much. They set a record. Now I understand
that's
why they
Donald
have
Trump.
a record in this room. What a room. What a place. What a place. Iowa.
Let's see here. This is via ABC. They reported that this individual called them, ABC NYC, this individual, the suspect, called them looking to pitch them a story, he claimed. He asked for their fax machine number and faxed them over 20 pages of his story. And they also consider it to be a suicide note. Let's see here, I'm looking at their website now. He says he suffered from racial discrimination, sexual harassment, and bullying at work. He says he has been attacked by black men and white females. He talks about how he was attacked for being a gay black man. And he says, in quotations via ABC site, "Yes, it will sound like I am angry. I am, and I have every right to be. But when I leave this earth, the only emotion I want to feel is peace."
See what the rupture of the White House take you out to the National Zoo.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm getting breaking.
One of the baby pandas died.
Breaking news.
Courtesy on this WTTG be taken live. Once again, National Zoo. News at WTTG be taken live.
Thank you. We do have breaking news out of DC, out of the National Zoo. One of the baby pandas, I'm sad to report, has passed. We are going to. I keep losing the signal, but. Here we go. Let's take that really quick.
What are you doing now? I'm sorry? Still low? Okay, folks, in the interest of starting right on time, I'm Pamela Baker-Massaw, Head of Communications. We will have 3 speakers. I will introduce Dennis Kelly. He is the director of the Smithsonian's National Zoo. Then Dr. Don Neifer. He is our chief veterinarian. He will give you a full account of this medical case. He will be followed by Dr. Brandy Smith, who will provide spellings of names. We will have a news release for you. And after everybody speaks, we will entertain questions in this format, and then if you would like to talk to anybody individually, we will help arrange that. You can ask myself, that is Devin Murphy in a blue shirt. She will be very happy to help you. Chanel and Amy right over there will be very happy to help you. Okay, it's 3:37. You want to start right at 4 o'clock? Okay, we're going to wait 3 minutes.
to start right at 4 o'clock, so give you that. Yeah, you just have a couple more. Do you want me to hold that?
No, just tell me when to go.
It's a long minute when you stand at a podium.
Sure is, isn't it? Everybody hear me okay?
Go ahead.
My name is Dennis Kelly. I'm the director of Smithsonian's National Zoological Park. It is with sadness that I confirm today that today at 2:05 p.m., the smaller of the 2 giant panda cubs born this past Saturday to Mei Xiong has died. I'm happy to report that the larger of the 2 cubs is robust, thriving, and with its mom. In a moment, I'm going to ask Dr. Don Neifer, our chief veterinarian, to give us more details about his medical assessment of both cubs. And then Dr. Brandy Smith, who is the Associate Director for Animal Care Sciences, is going to describe how we cared for both cubs, as well as our plans for going forward. You know, this is a hard loss for us here at Smithsonian's National Zoo and Conservation Biology Institute. We were prepared for twins, and I'm proud of the incredible team, both here and in China, that has worked so hard to get panda cubs born and to take care of them. It's really hard to keep these tiny creatures thriving. I do take great comfort in the fact that the larger of the 2 cubs is thriving, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing it grow and contribute to conservation. When you deal with endangered species like giant pandas, every birth is a success. We have a success here. But to save giant pandas and other species from extinction, we must prevail in our work. Going forward, we're going to focus our attention on the remaining cub and give it the very best care possible. I'm going to ask Dr. Don Neifer to come up and speak a little bit more about the extraordinary care the medical team, the curatorial team has given this cub over the last several days. Dr. Neifer.
So as Dennis mentioned, we were prepared for twins. We did know that that would come with its own set of challenges. One of our practices that we took part in was to routinely swap the cubs out from mom into our incubator for care by our staff and then back in with mom. The overall purpose being to allow both infants the benefit of spending time with their mother. Nothing replaces mom, and we wanted to give them equal opportunities to bond and to obtain the nutrients that she could provide. Most recent swap occurred this morning. At that time, the larger of the 2 cubs went back with Mei Xiong and is currently with mom, is currently doing great, is very robust, is very strong, and is demonstrating all normal behaviors. And we were all extremely happy with this cub's progress. The smaller cub that we lost today was in our panda care area on Monday and part of Tuesday. It had been swapped out from mom. During this time, the cub was noted to be strong and vocal and responded very well to all of the nourishment we provided, as well as the fluid therapy and supportive care that was provided by our nutrition, animal care, and veterinary staffs. Based on our comfort level at the cub's condition and overall progress, it was decided to get this cub back in with mom because that's our overall goal. We performed a successful swap Tuesday afternoon, and at the time of the swap, both cubs, the larger and the smaller, were vocalizing, were strong, and showing us no signs of concern. From that point and through the night, the panda team, who was here 24/7 and observing their behaviors of both mom and the infant who was not with mom, exhibited strong behaviors and heard both cubs vocalizing, acting normal, and nursing for good amounts of time. However, this morning, when our team went in to perform the swap again, we immediately noted that the little cub had not increased in weight, appeared weaker, and was exhibiting possible respiratory issues. Our panda team began administering antibiotics, respiratory support, fluids, and nutritional support as appropriate. Although we did see some slight improvement in the cub's overall condition and behavior, things turned and the cub's condition declined into the early afternoon. And despite extreme efforts on the part of our dedicated staff, we weren't able to change things. We've talked about why we swap cubs out. It was mentioned early on that Mei Zhang, at the point of her second cub being born, was showing us some challenges with handling both animals. She was showing no preference for either cub. In fact, she was trying to do her best with both, but was having some challenges in manipulating them. We had some concerns that a cub may be injured or both may be injured, and per our protocol and per the protocol that our Chinese partners have been using for years, we decided to move forward with swapping cubs back and forth with mom. It's obvious we were prepared, but it's not surprising that we're disappointed. What we do want to do, though, is turn our attentions, learn what we can from this event to help panda conservation in the United States and internationally, but we really want to focus on what we also have, which is a healthy panda, and we remain very optimistic about that animal's future. I'm going to have Brandy Smith come up and address the group on some of the reasons and steps that we've taken in providing for care for our pandas.
First, I'd like to thank the entire panda care team, the keepers, the curators, veterinarians, nutritionists, biologists who have been here round the clock since those twins were born. We've had an incredible team that was very well prepared for Mei Zhang to give birth to 1 or to 2 cubs. In fact, we were so prepared for these twins that as soon as that second cub was born, we contacted Zoo Atlanta, who had experience raising twins 2 years ago, and within hours, we had a keeper here from Zoo Atlanta who was helping us care for both cubs. We learned quickly that Mei Zhang was having trouble caring for 2 cubs, and so as per our protocols, we immediately began assisting her with raising them. And this meant that we would care for 1 cub while she was nursing the other, and then we would switch them back and forth so we could help her make sure that both would be cared for. Right now, we still have a very healthy mom and 1 very healthy baby. And as animal care, this is our job to make sure that both mom and cub survive and continue to thrive. So the little cub that we have now, all appearances, is healthy and doing well. And Mei Zhang is the same incredible mother that she was to Bao Bao and to Taishan. And so our goal right now is the team working with Mei Zhang to make sure that this cub survives.
Okay, we'd be very happy to entertain any questions at this point. Dennis, Don, or Brandy are happy to take questions. Go ahead, Mike. You just like the sequence of events of which cub was in the incubator, which cub was with mother in the past 24 hours? Sure. I'll let Don handle that. Don, do you want to just briefly summarize that?
Sure. So since yesterday afternoon, the smaller cub, the cub who, I'm sorry, let me go back. Since yesterday afternoon, the larger cub, who is now back with Mei Zhang and is doing great, was in the incubator. We, yesterday afternoon, had placed the smaller cub with Mei Zhang for the purpose of getting nutrients from mom and gaining some weight and allowing for some bonding. So this morning at the swap out, the larger cub went in with mom. The smaller cub came out, and it was at that point we noticed that the smaller cub was having issues.
Did anything happen
No, nothing that we can tell. I hope you appreciate instead of a 1 to 700 size ratio of baby to mom, I believe this small kid was around 1 to 1,500 size ratio. So, mom's able to literally hide it under her chin, hide it in her armpit, lay on her side, and not let any of us see that baby. So we relied a lot on what mom was doing. Certainly if mom had dropped the baby, then it would have been obvious that something was going on. She never showed us any signs that she was concerned about her infant. We did hear vocalizations. We did hear what we presume in panda language to be rooting behavior and nursing behavior. We were very hopeful and optimistic that this kid had latched on to her nipple and was getting adequate food and sustenance from her. Suspect Mei Zhang was doing everything right. We weren't able to see everything that was going on with that child. It's just not possible. Yeah, so that I want to clarify that. That's a good question. There's been some misunderstanding that she has preferred one cub over the other. That's not been the case. When the second cub was born, there was some frantic behavior on her part, trying to literally balance and juggle these two kids at the same time. Our team, recognizing that one, pandas don't have a great track record of being able to raise twins, and two, because we've established protocols based on a lot of experience of our Chinese partners and others, that the standard is to go in and remove one of those infants. We did that. Obviously, in a perfect world, we would have taken the baby that was just born. We think we did. We're not exactly sure we did. But mom never showed a preference. Now, during the swap back tech times, there were days when she was a little less interested in taking that baby. But that occurred where either baby is concerned, not one or the other.
Go ahead, Mike. John, what kind of respiratory assistance did you give to this?
Sure. Good question. So the baby was in an incubator. Incubators allow for us to manipulate and control both temperature and humidity. Both of those things are very important for the baby's metabolism and also for respiratory function. Make sure you have nice, moist, normal trachea and respiratory tree. We also were able to provide supplemental oxygen, upwards of 100% pure oxygen, into the incubator, which of course is going to make anybody who's had a cold, it's going to make breathing a lot easier if you don't have to breathe atmospheric air. The other thing we were doing was providing a technique called nebulization. If anybody's used a humidifier, it's kind of similar to that. This is a machine that can take saline, it can take products that help break down mucus, it can take antibiotics and other drugs and aerosolize them into very fine particles that are taken in by you, me, or a baby panda. You go down into the respiratory tree and go to the site where there are issues, whether that be an infection, mucus, or other problems. So those were the means of which we were providing respiratory support. It's an excellent question. I'm going to let Brandy field that one for me, though.
So we know from Mei Zhang's history that she is an excellent mother when she has a single cub, and we see all evidence that she's continuing to do that. In fact, some of the challenges we had with swapping the cubs is that she was being such a fiercely good mother to the cubs she had in her hand. We sometimes had difficulty in making the swaps. So we're going to continue to monitor her. So we have a different set of protocols in place. Right now, which we've been doing all along, is we actually have a team of people who are monitoring her with her cub. We're making sure that that cub is nursing, listening for those vocalizations, make sure Mei Zhang's behaviors are all appropriate and that she's doing well. We're also providing her with fluids. So several times a day we go in with a little bit of apple juice, some diluted apple juice, and we offer it to her to make sure that she has everything she needs to take care of those cubs.
stillborn, but just when they were too viable, talk about how difficult this time around was.
I think it's so you're looking at a member of the panda team, and we've all been awake since pretty much Saturday. So I will try not to be too emotional, but you know, every giant panda in the world is important. Part of it are these, you know, these individual animals that we care for, but you're part of a greater conservation story where we're actively saving a species, and we know that these animals matter. And the incredible joy that you feel when you have these two beautiful, just fragile, delicate cubs, and you have the awesome responsibility of helping a mother panda care for those cubs. I mean, it's such an honor, and at the same time, the superhuman efforts that staff made to keep this cub alive. I mean, the entire panda house was filled with the best medical, the best animal care team in the world. That house was filled with that team. And so we were so incredibly hopeful because we knew the talent we had on site. And then when we realized the cub wasn't going to make it, it was devastating.
Is there a likely cause of death at this point?
Don, you can repeat the question.
So the question is, do we have a feel for why this cub died? We have what's called a differential. There's several possibilities, but honestly, we won't know until a full necropsy is performed, and possibly not until we receive back slides from those tissues, which is called histopathology. We will be working with our pathology team here in concert with our Chinese partners to collect the appropriate tissues and run the diagnostics. We've talked in the past that these cubs are very fragile. They're subject to changes in temperature. They don't have the ability to thermoregulate. They really need to constantly have food coming into the furnace in the form of glucose. Whether or not any of those things resulted in the animal's immediate demise or set the cub up for infection or other immune problems, we won't know for some time. Every animal that we hand rear, or every animal that's mother reared, and we do behavioral observations, that in itself increases our knowledge base. In part, we have a large staff here. Everybody comes on with different levels of experience with different species and taxa and techniques. That room was full at all times of people watching and doing and learning. So every time we have a panda birth, and if we have to hand raise, we talked before about that really making us go from 0 to 60 in terms of labor and what we need to do. But a lot of people came out of this procedure or this event, they've seen baby pandas bottle raised, they've seen baby pandas swapped out. That whole group of people, some of which are very young in the field, they can go elsewhere, they can test best practices, they can help other institutions with pandas or panda-like species in management. When we receive back our results from pathology, depending on what they identify, may alter the way we approach the next panda cub, and we certainly will share that information with our partners. It's kind of what we do in zoos now. We don't live in bubbles. Everything goes out. We try to make things better as we all deal with what's going on in the world with species and environments. So it's exponential potentially.
If there aren't any last questions, I just want to thank you very much for coming on such short notice. And with that, my colleagues will be available for any direct questions. Thank you. Good job. Okay.
And let's go back to some of our coverage on the shooting of WDBJ TV employees, Alison Parker and Adam Ward. I had started to delve into some of the manifesto that I'm finding bits and pieces. I haven't found all 20 plus pages yet. But I can see here that he goes into Dylan Roof, the Charleston shooter. You want a race war? Bring it, then, you white. And it says deleted. Just to repeat, he says he suffers from racial discrimination or suffered from racial discrimination, sexual harassment, and bullying at work. He said he'd been attacked by black men and white females. He talks about how he was attacked for being a gay black man. Yes, it will sound like I am angry. I am, and I have every right to be. But when I leave this earth, the only emotion I want to feel is peace. The church shooting was the tipping point, he says, but my anger has always been building steadily. I've been a human powder keg for a while, just waiting to go boom. I heard from I believe from Fox National that he states in this 23-page document fax to ABC that he carved the initials of the victims in the Charleston shooting. He carved their initials in the bullets he used to attack Alison Parker and Adam Ward. Why did I do it? He said. I put down a deposit for a gun on 6/19/15. The church shooting in Charleston happened on 6/17/15. What sent me over the top was the church shooting, and my hollow point bullets have the victims' initials on them, he states. It's interesting because he refers to himself as Bryce Williams. His legal name is Vester Lee Flanagan, but he does refer to himself in the ABC News facts as Bryce Williams. And that's who he claimed to be when he called over the last few weeks saying he wanted to pitch ABC a story and needed their fax information. He never told anyone at ABC News what the story was because that was of great concern to all of the media outlets when they initially heard that ABC had this information, that ABC had 23 pages of this man's, basically, his manifesto. News outlets accused them of having information that could have perhaps stopped this from coming to fruition. But ABC stresses that they just received this morning, and that over the last few weeks when he has called and told them that he was pitching a story, that he had no idea, or they had no idea that this was the story. He never went into detail. He just asked for their fax machine information. We had an interview with a press conference with the trooper about the process and how she found, and this is on our YouTube channel right now, but let's go briefly listen to a few minutes of what she had to say earlier. But she talks about the process, and she talks about how technology helped her flag down this suspect, his license plate number. It's actually really interesting to listen to.
There's a car, they walk up to it, see he's got a self-inflicted gunshot wound, okay?
Well, what about the technology?
Well, she's going to tell you all about that and everything, okay? But as far as particulars, as far as the ongoing investigation, we're not going to respond, okay? And if it gets out of hand, the interview's over, okay? Trooper Pam Neff.
Hey, ma'am, can you just describe the moment that you actually got the hit and what went through your head at that time?
I was sitting at 66 and 81 on the exit ramp from I-81 northbound to 66 eastbound. I had my car sitting there for approximately 15 or 20 minutes, and throughout the day we were giving different suspect vehicle information. The last one came back as a positive contact, or positive that this would be the suspect vehicle that he was in. I took that suspect vehicle information and entered into my license plate reader. As soon as it was entered, it did come up with a positive hit that that vehicle just passed me less than 3 minutes earlier.
Wow. What did you do after that?
I let my dispatch know that that vehicle has passed me, and I attempted to catch up to the vehicle which was traveling eastbound on 66.
What how fast the speed was?
How fast his speeds were? He was not going that fast. He was not going above the posted speed limit.
You didn't initiate lights and sirens immediately. Talk to us about what you did.
No, I did not. I waited until I had several other troopers with me to initiate a traffic stop.
And what happened at that point?
The suspect vehicle did not stop. Eventually, he did wreck the vehicle on the left-hand side of the road.
And you're allowed to describe a little bit more here. So what did you do? You actually went out and looked in the car?
Yes, I exit my vehicle with several other troopers, and we approached the vehicle.
And what did you find?
Just a gentleman that appeared to be suffering from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Can you describe this technology and how amazing it is and what a great law enforcement tool it is, the license plate reader, and how it works?
Our license plate reader, anytime that anything is entered into VCIN or NCIC, we're able to access that information, and if it's any stolen vehicle or any stolen license plates or any other vehicle that I enter into my license plate reader to deem that it's a be on the lookout vehicle or any other vehicle can be entered into our license plate readers. Once it's entered in, it runs only 1 day's worth of information. After that 1 day, all the information is dumped.
But this little reader on the back of your car
Yes, sir.
actually looks at license plates as they're going by.
Yes, it does.
Can you describe how that works?
It has two different types of cameras on it. It's got a black and white one, which is a nighttime camera, and it's also got a colored picture, and it takes a picture of every single license plate that comes through, and it reads it versus the national database. So if a vehicle ABC 1234 was stolen, every plate that says ABC 1234 is going to show up as a hit on my vehicle. It's my responsibility to see that tag and make sure that it is a valid hit or it's not a valid hit.
Does your heart flutter when you get a hit, and when you got this hit, did you think, all right, we got this guy, or what goes through your head?
Well, with the information coming through, I knew I had the vehicle. We were unsure if it was the gentleman at all.
Can we go back to the actual chase? When you got behind him, what happened when you saw him and start follow him?
He did not stop. He just continued to drive in the center of the roadway.
And then what happened after that? When you went to make a stop?
He eventually wrecked his vehicle on the left-hand side of the roadway.
In the median?
In the median, yes, sir.
And then you got out of your car?
With several other troopers.
And then what did you do?
We walked up to the vehicle to try to clear the vehicle and see what gentleman was actually driving the vehicle.
And what did you see? Was he unconscious?
Only thing I didn't walk completely up to the vehicle.
We're not going to go any details inside the vehicle, okay?
Okay, well, he was not conscious.
I didn't walk all the way up to the vehicle. I stayed to the rear of the vehicle. I can't tell you anything that's inside the vehicle. I never even saw inside the vehicle.
When you say he was driving down the middle of the road, was he straddling the lanes?
Yes, he was straddling the lanes.
Did you ever make eye contact with him?
No, I stayed behind him the whole entire time.
Some of the radio traffic suggested that there were shots fired, I think, before the crash.
I can't confirm or deny anything.
Knowing what he was capable of, or that he was described as armed and dangerous, though, and knowing the risk that he was in, were you at all apprehensive or concerned for your own safety as you approached the vehicle?
We have some of the best training in the world. The only thing that kicks in is our training. You don't have time to think about personal emotions. The only thing you have time to think about is what's going to happen next and what's my next step if this would happen.
Trooper, how long have you been on the force?
For 11 years.
11 years?
Trooper, in 11 years that you've been on the force, how would you describe this day in the totality of your career?
As in which way?
The experiences that you've had.
I've had some tremendous experience, but this has not been my worst.
What has been your worst?
We're not going to go into that.
So you started your license then, and after that he crashed the median?
No, we followed him for over a mile and a half before he crashed.
Were there any near misses with other cars on the road?
No, it was just his vehicle. There were no other vehicles in front of him except for law enforcement, and no other vehicles behind him except for law enforcement.
Before running off the road, did he change?
He was driving the speed limit and he had license sirens?
Yes.
And I didn't hear her question.
Did he, once you turned the sirens on, did he change his behavior at all before going off the embankment?
No.
He never sped up.
No, he never sped up.
Is that the tag reader there, that little thing back on the trunk?
Yes, they're my license plate readers.
And Trooper, let me, for clarification, when you pulled him over, there were troopers in front of him and troopers behind him, and was it like a rolling merge over to the left? There weren't any other civilian cars around?
No, there was no other civilian cars. We just had troopers in front and behind them.
So you'd already identified him, and you were in front and in back and moving forward, and then he went off to the left?
Yes.
And were helicopters involved when you were pulling over the helicopter?
I was not paying attention to any helicopters. I was more paying attention to the suspect vehicle.
And you weren't able to see anything to indicate what caused him to go off into the embankment. You didn't see him shoot.
We're not going to discuss that right now.
Is there anything else you want to say to us?
I really don't have anything else.
How many other troopers were involved, like, following you?
I do not know. I know there was quite a few.
At any point in the chase, did you see a gun or making any hand gestures of any kind?
They're going into the end of that information.
And he was driving basically at appropriate speed for this entire time. He was never driving unusually slow or unusually fast.
Except in the center of the roadway.
He was driving in the center of the road.
Yes, he was driving in the center of the roadway.
The interstate is divided, 2 lanes going east and west with a median of embankment between it. So he was straddled the 2 lanes. So he was,
He was straddling those 2 lanes for the whole mile and a half that you were following.
Yes.
But there weren't that many cars on the road at this time?
There was no other civilian cars on the road.
we'd screened that. There was a work zone prior to this location that went down to 1 lane. We had enough units once we had backup that we screened this vehicle away. And we also were looking for an area in the back stop that had a high embankment so the other traffic lanes on the side would if they turned into something other than just a normal traffic stop. We had a buffer.
So how much time was it from when you identified his car and narrowed it down to when he hit the embankment?
I never truly identified him. I only identified as the vehicle.
The first tag reader hit is approximately 120, 1120.
11:18 is when it actually passed my vehicle in 66 and 81.
11:20, she knows that it's past her. She gets up and does a visual on the car at 11:24. And then the traffic stop. All right, well, if you have any questions about the equipment, she can explain that to you, but we're not going to entertain any more questions about the investigation. Got it?
In the car or out of the car?
These cameras are locked into or hooked into a
Is that a
laptop.
camera in the back here? Oh, I'm out of here.
Hello. Thank you.
I'm a color. I have a color one.
Yeah, I think they're good.
And I am going to go ahead and wrap for our afternoon show. We greatly appreciate you spending your morning with us. We're going to be back in just 1 hour. We'll be. You can subscribe to our YouTube channel if you want to see that video pop up. But we're going to be back right here in 1 hour. This is usually our afternoon break. We'll be down for a little bit, and then we're going to have a 2:30 to 5 show coming up here in 1 hour, and then we'll do another 6:30 to 9. This is FOX10 News Now, Monday through Friday, typically 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Albeit there was some breaking news today, so we are running a little longer today. But we will see you right back here at 2:30. Please subscribe to our channel. You can download our app. It's free. Follow us on Twitter and like us on Facebook. We will see you again in just a little bit. Thanks so much for watching.